Blah blah blah. Oh, it didn't want to register my face. Fun. Indeed. Hello, hello, good night, good night. I'm surprised that you guys saw the like cover of the stream and didn't put together two and two that what I sent was a code and not and not like anything else. Ooh, kinda laggy, kinda laggy. Let's close everything we don't need. Yeah, I am. Tonight I am trusting you, by the way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello, I can see you behind me. I forgot to put one more thing into the thing, so give me 1 second. Because you guys can't hear it. But tonight I am putting my immense trust in all my sweet, sweet Vynnsomniacs. Be quiet. Alright. There we go. So tonight I am putting all my trust in you guys, but all you gotta do is abuse it once, and I will never trust you again, obviously. Oops. How's the stream? Is it laggy? If it's laggy, I gotta get rid of Twitch. I tried to get chat up, but as far as it goes, there is no... Oh! There's an event today, don't go into town.
Sagery, add Fruity Pebble said trust us with what?
With that. Ooh. Minor amounts of
Sagery, add Fruity Pebble said stream looks good.
Okay. Thank you.
Sagery, add Moku the Magi said it seems fine.
Okay, good. I couldn't fix it. The chat, you can't sound like an anime uwu girl because it's broken again, but I don't know how to fix it. I have no knowledge of what fixed it last time, and so I don't know how to fix it this time either. I'm into mines. I've been working on... It doesn't like when I sing, guys. Anyways, how was your day? Did you have a good day today? Were you well behaved?
Sagery, and Xoprocast said playing now with some friends so I might lurk sorry, pensive face emoji.
You're okay. Have fun playing, good luck. I'm assuming Al was Overwatch, so good luck. Ooh, I almost got lambasted by the lag.
Sagery, add Fruity Pebble said took lots of naps today.
Yeah, me too. I stayed up a little too late last night. Wasn't able to wake up really until kind of late. And then I was really unfortunate because I was like, oh no, the ASMR, well, hopefully it'll record quickly. And then it took like, I don't know, like 6 different layers. And
Sagery, add Hydrus Simothoides Dull 8 said chill mostly just watched the games fest.
it really hates the last name a lot. And
Sagery, add Crescent 487 said I'm almost off of work, celebratory hands in the air emoji.
let's go. Dang.
Sagery, add Xoprocast said no such thing as luck in Overwatch. Just pain.
Hey, on.
Sageri, Admoku the Magi's ID mostly relaxed today.
Oh. Very mixed days we're having, I'm noticing. The text to speech makes it easier to hear or know what you guys are saying without you having to, god dang, I'm progressing. I am really zooming through these minds. It makes it easier to know what you guys are saying without having to stop and look. Oh. The downside was that I, in my glee for finishing the other audio, did not yet record the giant test audio for Patreon. Which I do need to get done today. Technically, yeah, today.
Sageri, @Brandon _ no name said he got Taco Bell not too long ago and it was good.
I ate chips. But my breakfast was huge this morning, so I wasn't really hungry all day. I am, however, craving a Sprite with the fierceness of 1,000 suns. But I'm always craving a Sprite with the fierceness of 1,000 suns. So do not misunderstand me. I am unfortunately just a Sprite fiend. What are you guys' favorite sodas? Are you a Dr. Pepper person? Sprite person? Coke person? Only like 2 of those answers was correct. One of those answers I'll judge you for. You know, my daytime hobby. Oh shoot, I'm tired. Nom nom. No, 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 touch your mother!
Sageri, @Brandon _ no name said Fago cream.
Now you're just making drinks up. You're getting creative with the drinks you're making up today.
Sageri, @Fruity Pebble said Haritos, praying gesture emoji.
I've had exactly 1 Doritos in my whole lifetime.
Sageri, @Crescent 487 said Cherry Coke.
Okay, alright. Superior answer. Wow.
Sageri, @Hydrus Simothoides Delate said Cactus Gula, Cactus emoji, Cup emoji. Sageri, @Brandon _ no name said Ow has bro never heard of a Fago, _heap.
I've never heard of Fago cream. But back up a second. How am I getting my hands on that cactus juice? Tell me where to find it at. Is it a local specialty? Is that something I can purchase from online? That sounds... I heard that cactus juice is really refreshing. I really want to try it. Ooh, my phone is buzzing in the bed.
Sageri, @25 42 CI beautiful.
Huh? Gonna have to go look at that one. Hi. Am I just standing in the middle of bum-frick nowhere? Yeah, I am. Give me a second.
Sageri, @Hydrus Simothoides Delate said he think they got it at Walmart. Sageri, @_Carlos said it's the quenchiest.
Interesting. In my local Walmart. Okay. Okay, I have all the stone. This is the birthday farm. So if by any chance you collected some wood, I would appreciate it in my chest.
Sageri, @25 42 CI chat.
Hi. But yeah, I did have like a semi ominous dream. It was very very strange. Um, it was like
Sagery, add Brandon underscore non-aim said actually I take it back, my fav soda is actually called Jones soda and he'll do anything for one. Sagery, add MSOM so said BORINGWITHOUTCHILDPORN. Add Brandon underscore non-aim said tf.
some of y'all are some real weirdos. Y'all are so strange. Oh, speaking of that, freaking I find it like so strange that people will um see something like just like anything and then like randomly associate it with children.
Sagery, add Moku the Magi's I think my favorite is Dr. Pepper.
Okay, you're getting
Sagery,
judged.
add underscore Carlos AD found your channel because of the video that got flagged last month. Listen to it once then it disappeared from YouTube forever. Any chance it'll return?
I'll probably have to go through and censor out every single time I took a single breath of air, but yeah. So that would I asked for. Any chance you got it? Um yeah, it's likely, possibly, maybe on my art play, which is still up, but you might have to look for Ventral Shade as opposed to looking for the link, because I don't know if I changed the name on it. The what?
Sagery, add underscore Carlos AD no, not anymore.
It's really funny every time I upload because almost all of my videos get the same kind of content that's like, YouTube's gonna take this down, YouTube's gonna take this down. But usually it's the more tame, slow videos that get taken down. So like, if I'm calm and unenergetic, YouTube deems my voice as like a porn voice, right? YouTube actively genuinely thinks that I sound like what you were expecting to hear if you call the phone line in the middle of the night. Bring, bring. Hey baby, what you wearing right now? YouTube hates my voice. Oh, okay. Every time the music starts, I get like a little scared. But yeah.
Sagery, add Brandon underscore non-aim said bro is too sexy without even trying.
Oh no, I needed 300 wood. Frick. No, that's genuinely what it is. Uh, and so I always find it just like a little bit, there's a level of amusement that I get from like uploading a video that usually I would argue that a lot of my videos are less ayo and more like, what? um, and so it's really
Sagery,
interesting.
add Hyres Simotheoid as dull8 said that means YouTube bots think your voice sounds hot, so that's something I guess.
I don't even think so. Generally, you can find it with like deeper voice ASM artists, and sometimes, like the more, thank you for the wood. The more like cutesy sounding ASM artists will get hit too, but they don't usually get hit as much, or if they get hit all at once, right? Like multiple of their videos will be flagged and then take down. what'll happen is that if you have like a deep or soft voice, like a very calming voice, then YouTube will associate that with what you're going to hear if you turn on the hub, and they'll be like, oh, you need to be stopped, you menace to society. um which is, I think, is the most funny thing ever, because I've tested out both, right? I've tested out a cuter voice, and I've tested out a like more sultry voice, and I've objectively been more sus with a cuter voice than I have with the um like with my normal voice. And yeah, YouTube for sure does not, it cares a lot less if you don't sound like me. It 100% has to do with like the tone of your voice and less with what you're saying. Although that doesn't mean go around saying vulgarities, spewing like whatever you want, because obviously you're still gonna get bonked. But mm, don't sound sexy, I guess. No, don't speak on YouTube.com. You're too sexy. I think the most that I have gotten away with, though, I also find the like comments being like, "Oh, you've gone too far this time," hilarious, because the most that I've gotten away with is the whole series of audios that I've done that are, if you look at them, they have a different background, and that's because they're a series, right? That whole series of audios is the worst thing to come out of my channel, and yet they have never balked that.
Sagery, add Firehill 20 said, eyes emoji, eyes emoji, eyes emoji.
Hi, 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 hi. I'm playing Stardew. You guys can play if you want to. If not, that's also fine. I'm just here bed rotting with you because life is better with you guys. Oh wow. Oh no. Get away from me. Oh, I'm cooked, guys. Yeah, I'm cooked. Get me out of here. I'm gonna have to go fast. Well, rip me. Rip a freaking Ronies. I should get to a wall, but these come through walls. Gosh, so many of them. And to think I was doing so good today. Now is not the time for my mouse to, or not my mouse, my thing to start sticking. All that and didn't even drop the stairs is absolutely ridiculous. Nuh-uh. That was so tense. Mm. I partially want to start uploading like oh no. Oh no. I'm cooked. I am so freaking cooked. I don't have any food on me, do I? Oh, 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 oh. Vyn, bless. Am I any less cooked than I was before? Only marginally. Um, Part of me wants to start uploading every like additional audio I record on like our play or somewhere like that. But I always feel bad uploading under like the adult tags on our play, knowing that is not that. But then I also don't want to put it on the safe for work side of our play because it's not that either. And so at this point I just have like uploading guilt from trying to use our play. Self-sustained, by the way. I'm probably overthinking it. I overthink everything, but it is what it is. I just need somewhere to upload my like backup audios that I can't post anymore. So I don't know. Would you want those on Patreon? And then those can be like free because Patreon doesn't want to let me upload lewd things or looter things for free. Not safe for work. More sus. I don't know. Too sus for YouTube. Not sus enough for, I don't know.
Sagery, ad hydrus simothoides delate said got a head out for a bit, enjoy the farming, purple heart emoji, purple heart emoji, purple heart emoji.
Okay, safe travels, thanks for stopping by.
Sagery,
I
at
don't know if you
Crescent
want my kiss,
487
but
said suffering from
close
success.
your ears if you don't want my kiss. Okay, ready? Mwah. Mwah. Have safe travels. I made it to the lake. I'm at the lake. I have a cave carrot. I don't know if I can make it down another 5 to 10 levels, but I can try. Come on. Oh, okay, well, never mind. I for certainly can't. Tries again immediately. Yeah, I don't know. Of course. I found this nice dress asset for the to be announced stream that is sitting around somewhere. Oh, hi, thank you. Very nice, thank you. And I want to use that. Oh!
Sagery, at Firehill20 said what time do you go to bed, Vynn?
When I'm sleepy. If you've ever noticed, it feels like I'm always around. It's because I typically am like awake at pretty odd times. But I'm gonna say I woke up at like 8 p.m., right? Or something. 7 p.m., 8 p.m., right? So not anytime soon. Oh, we have to speed up. It's almost 11. I found it. Oh! This is infested. Alright, I suggest getting the frick out of here. Really, truly, honestly, if you're asking me. Yeah. I said get out of there. Why did you stay? Oh no. I'll go fishing to earn some money tomorrow. You did your best. It's alright.
Sagery, at Fruity Pebble said my bug meat, Sweating face emoji.
Alright, get to the bed before you lose more money. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave that up to you guys. Right, what was I saying? Yes! The first artist that I was thinking of using for the rebrand just got back to me. So, I didn't want to post her on YouTube because then it'd be awkward if she came across it and I was like, hey guys, do you like this art style? Right? Um, so I'll do that somewhere closer to when I'm done playing Stardew. I'll pull it up on stream. And you guys will let me know if you would like to see that design for Vynn 2.0 or not. Even though it's not. Oh, I don't know if I should name myself again. Thanks, Granny Evelyn. I gotta plant some plants for the luau.
Sagery, at Grease Howard said just saw that newest video.
Was it silly?
Sagery, at Grease Howard said moo.
Moo. I really thought that the premise was really funny. I don't know. It got a chuckle out of me. That shake weight comment, I really feel like that's my best material this week. Like nothing I say is gonna top talking about how it's a shake weight. Somebody, when I was a kid, had one. And they felt like the most pointless thing ever. Because I would just sit there and I would like, I don't know. I still don't know what they were supposed to do, actually. I just stood there shaking. My shake weight. I have no idea where my berries.
Sagery, at Brandon _ no name said well you def needed 2 hands, smirking cat face emoji.
Is that true? Don't make me start asking 100 questions again. You guys know that I will ask somewhere near a bajillion questions if you make me think of them. I be getting curious.
Sagery, Adarana99 said think they were mainly for toning and burning fat than building muscle or anything.
Then why is there weight in the name?
Sagery, at Brandon _ no name said also my mom had 1-2 shake weights were a scam cause ain't no way.
I don't know. What? Sorry, my voice is like, I haven't drinking anything in a bit. Like, you were just moving your arms. What do you need a machine for? Go do a pull-up or something. I don't know.
Sagery, at Nefi Gonzalez 35 said hi.
Hi. Hola. How are you? Now that I think about it, I feel like a lot of the ads from the 2000s were like,
Sagery, at Firehill20 said moo.
ma, 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 cluck or something. I still don't know how to make chicken noises. Woof. Animal noise machine.
Sagery, at Firehill20 said, smiley face emoji.
You guys are so cute. I don't know what to do with you. You sickening, hot two or something. I don't know. Spit on it.
Sagery, at Brandon underscore no-name said now meow for me, underscore for ooh.
My cat meowed like she was possessed by 17 different demons. I don't know. She used to make like this. She had the like most raspy, undeveloped vocal cords I had ever heard in a cat. She sounded more like oh wow, look at me getting my daily steps in. She meowed like she was like possessed by something. I don't know. Her meows were like, that's not the sound she made. It was worse.
Sagery, at Brandon underscore no-name said I a yippee yahoo, underscore yethigude.
I'm going to fish where the mines are. Vynn's long for the mines.
Sagery, at Brandon underscore no-name said also my big fat boy has the most baby man meow for no reason.
My son also had really cute meows. I don't know why he meowed so cutely. He let out the smallest little mews. You could wake up and hear him. He was 18 pounds. He was part Maine Coon, and there was no reason he meowed like that, except for to spite me. It would be so cool to be like a music composer. Like that's such a specific skill to have, and yet I met one, right? I don't know. I just judge music off of if the beat makes my ears hurt or not. Or if it gets stuck in my head. Sometimes it gets stuck in my head and it's bad though. Like I've definitely gotten songs that I hated stuck in my head for absolutely no reason. Wow, thanks, Pond. Generally, I like kind of dramatic music though. I also like when music shifts beats quite a bit. No! Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. You are truly, honestly, and welly good for that. You know, I understand. Nice. Get in. Get, 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 get in. Get. It's a ghost fish. Not to be confused with Ghostface. Do you guys have a favorite horror movie serial killer? Because, okay, if I'm being so very, very honest with you, I'm a big fan of like supernatural horror, but I find like when the killer's just a guy to be really annoying. Only because I live in America and I live in the southern part of America, and all I can think of is that if you owned a gun, this would not be a problem. The strangers, bah, 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 bah. Jason in the first movie, maybe, maybe it could be resolved with a shotgun. Just blow him up. Just, just obliterate him. Michael Myers, a gun. Hear me out. Ignore the movies where there's this cult and all the supernatural stuff. A gun. Once again, another shotgun. Chucky, a shotgun. He has the
Sagery,
strength of a
at
grown
Brandon
man. He don't
underscore
got the
no
strength
name
of a
said he
gun.
have so much Jason memorabilia.
Just shoot him. And so I just find it very anticlimactic a lot of the times. And so I enjoy supernatural ones. I was reading this sort of study like thing. It wasn't like an in-depth study properly done, testing multiple groups of people. It was a very small self-done study by like a psychology student running a thesis that was like modern day horror for like
Sagery, Adarana 99 said he really liked Jigsaw, at least from the first few movie.
I like him, but I feel like
Sagery, at Firehill 20 said he enjoy supernatural horror and spiritual horror.
spiritual horror is something different. Spiritual horror be making you feel kind of crazy. Um, Jigsaw, Jigsaw, especially in the first movie, was one of like my favorites. But as things go on, I only get upset because it feels like he was silly for the reasons he killed people, and I don't even want to consider his successor. His successor, she just killed people for a random Sunday. You littered, dead. But some of the things Jigsaw did was just like foul. It was like you're gonna learn to appreciate life by me making your life worse for the rest of your life. You're disabled now. That'll teach you. It was very crazy. But I will say that the first Saw movie left me with nightmares and paranoia for years
Sagery,
to come.
at Brandon underscore no name said he know it's not one single person but I love Evil Dead and the demons in there even the show.
I don't think I've seen Evil Dead.
Sagery, Adarana 99 said yeah. The successors lost the entire point of it.
Um, the first Jigsaw for sure was the one that traumatized me the most, I think. But also because I saw that one as a kid and I only saw bits and pieces of it, but I vividly remember thinking he was dead the whole movie. I think it was Jigsaw too. Like the actual guy behind the killings. I can't not remember his name for the life of me right now. And he got up. He got up and he left the room, but we thought he was dead the whole time. And for some reason, my like child brain could not compute that that's what was happening, that he was alive the whole time. And I was like, "What in a zombie ending?" And before I was super hyper fixated on zombies and zombie movies and literally everything zombie, I was scared of them. Mm. But that reminds me of the things that I was scared of in childhood. One thing that never scared me and always pissed me off, and I think I started talking about this on one stream
Sagery,
and never
at
really got
Brandon
into it.
underscore no name said John Kramer.
I thought so, but I thought I was thinking wrong.
Sagery, Adarana 99 said lol.
See, I should have just gone with my guts because for a second there I was like, yeah, I swear that was his name, but talk myself out of it. Shit, embarrassing. It reminds me. Okay, so I've been a horror fan my whole life, right? I've talked a bit about it, but one of the things that used to piss young Vynn off, like had her seething in the bed, was that I used to read a bunch of like scary stories, and I used to have a bunch of different apps where people would write their own scary stories, and Around like when creepypastas were popular, there was this one that was like, aren't you glad you didn't turn off the light? And the original one was actually kind of scary, where this person describes in the middle of the night, you know, hearing blood dripping or hearing water dripping and hearing other creepy unsettling sounds, and they would reach down to pet their dog would lick them, and they would be reassured and they would go back to sleep, only for the next morning the whole story to be recontextualized in the fact, and I think the story opened with that there was a serial killer on the loose or something like that. But the story was recontextualized with the fact that when the person got up, on the wall was written, "Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the light?" And it was implied that they basically didn't get. Oh no, it wasn't that one. It was, did humans can lick too or something. And I cannot remember for the life of me how it ended. But when they saw it, it was like supposed to be this thing where they spent the whole night with the serial killer thinking that they were safe, but the serial killer killed their dog and they were licking them the whole night, right? Which, honestly, as an adult, it sounds super absurd, but it got really popular among like scary story people. And for a little bit, everybody would end their story like that if they had like any sort of implication that it could have ended like that, right? So the story would open.
Sagery, at Firehill20 said it's creepypasta, right?
I'm pretty sure it is. I don't remember if it was for a call card for a specific killer, because I wasn't a creepypasta
Sagery,
fan.
Adarana99 said that's so creepy.
It's only creepy like the first couple of times you hear it, but basically what happened was people started doing this thing where at the beginning of their stories they would leave in a little bit of a detail, right? They wouldn't be like, there's this killer on the loose or stuff like that. They would leave in like a little bit of detail where the person left the window or the door open, because that was in the original story, but there was also a serial killer on the loose, right? And then at the end of the story, it would end with like the character after a night of terror basically waking up and seeing that something like humans can lick too, or aren't you scared you didn't turn on the light. I cannot for the life of me remember if it was like the same phenomenon or if it was two different phenomenons that both pissed me off in equal measures. But it made the most anticlimactic stories ever, because you would have a story build up all this tension, all this suspense, and it would end with the character waking up the next morning and somebody in their family, not always the dog, would be fucking killed, and then the killer would have licked them in their sleep, and it used to piss me off. It especially pissed me off because, and this is where I'm going to get into the fact that young Vynn was also still very freaky as adult Vynn is as well, right? One such creepypasta that got me good, was telling the story of this woman who, when she was asleep one night, she had this dream of an incubus coming, and it was exactly what you think it is. It was the most just jaw-dropping, finger-biting, kiki kaka exciting dream that she had ever had in her life. And she was like, oh, I want to have this dream. And I should clarify that also it was written sort of erotic for some reason, and I don't think that should have been allowed on a kid's site, but it was, because, you know, yeah, it was crazy back then. And she was like, oh, you know, I want to have a dream like that again, because she could not for the life of her have a dream like that again. And so she starts Googling online, you know, how do I have this dream again? What happened to me during this dream? Like, and she ended up on like a page about incubuses and the way that they like come to people in their dreams and how to attract one and how to summon one. And so she decides to do the ritual that was put on the website, but part of the ritual was leaving her doors and windows open. And I don't know what kind of curse this dream had on her, because I will not even leave my window cracked in the middle of the night for some crackhead to come in my house. Excuse me? You won't catch me dead with a window open. Talking about my whole doors? Okay, whatever. But she does it. She opens her doors.
Add Firehill20 said, oh, demon summoning demonology.
Yeah, but back in the, like, 2000 and, I don't know, 8 to 10 max, right? It wasn't like, demonology wasn't as popular yet because the Conjuring movies hadn't, you know, made that like a common sort of interest for people to have. So she was going to like some sketchy blog site and she found some incorrect news on how to summon an incubus. Wait, it was like, leave your doors and your windows open, and she did. And as you can imagine, that played out exactly like how I hated it to play out. I was expecting some sort of dream sequence where she summons some other entity, or maybe like a killer comes into her house, or you know, literally anything else. Or maybe it wasn't even like an incubus that had invaded her dreams. Maybe there was somebody living in her house or something like that. That would have, all of that would have been so much better. But do you want to know what happened? You want to know what happened? It ended with like humans can lick too, or aren't you glad you didn't turn on the light? I swear to, I don't remember what it was, but I think she woke up in the middle of the night and something spooked her out, and I think she closed her doors and windows and went back to sleep without turning on the light, or something to that effect. And it made me so mad. So it made me mad enough to remember it. Like, it made me mad enough to remember it like 16 to 18 years later. It was truly rage inducing. That ending was. And I could not stress to you that it felt like reading a well-written book, and the ending was written by a different author. It feels like when you read a manga and the author doesn't know how to end it, so they just write the most BS ending that you've ever seen in your life. I swear to you that I would rather read Goodnight Pon again than ever sit through that shit. That's how mad it made me. It took years off of young Vynn's life.
Sageri, Adarana99 said, yeah. I could see how that ending could only work like once and be real annoying going forward.
If you're...
Sageri, Admoku the Mage Isaac, I'd be afraid of an animal getting in. I'd wake up with a raccoon on my face.
Cure's fair. You're kind of real for that. Can you imagine you left your doors and window open and a bear just chilling at the edge of your bed? Like, I got a stonefish. That would be pretty funny. One of the ones that maybe you experienced a lot if you were into them as a kid was the clown statue story, or the angel statue story, depending on what you you know, what you would have been more drawn to. And
Sageri, Adarana99 said he could not get through Pun. I read like 2 volumes and called it.
I powered through for the hate of the game. And
Sageri, Firehill20 said, if it's bugs in my room, nope.
Well, obviously the bugs would come in if you're leaving your doors and windows open. But you know, you might also get the Vynn to come in. And don't you want Vynn to come into your room? You'll only be touched a lot. I'll only fiddle with your pickle or whatever. Suck your sausage. Okay, I'm done. One of the ones that you might have heard or maybe was popular for...
Sageri, Firehill20 said, what is Pun? Sagery, add Fruity Pebble said just fiddle? Disappointed face emoji.
Okay, I'm gonna address the first question. What is Pum Pum?
Sagery, add Brandon _ non-name said Z-less every window open right this moment.
Don't do that. You're gonna get bugs in your house. Goodnight Pum Pum is a story, a manga that's written, right? And it basically, honestly, if you look it up, the style is
Sagery,
kind of ironic.
Adarana99 said fire, Goodnight Pun Pun is a really depressing and freaky manga.
Yeah. It follows a character named Pum Pum who is basically going through the worst of life, and he man, that shit pissed me off. That made me mad. You know what makes me more mad? Some artists rendered up what Pum Pum would look like, based off of like the 1 or 2 manga panels that we get
Sagery,
to see.
Adluigiman
His look.
_95 side you'll take my opportunity for a Vynn to come over. I'll put a bug catcher. Don't worry about it.
You could get an earwig in your ear. Don't open your
Sagery,
mouth.
Adluigiman _95 said also hello chatto. Sagery, add Firehill 20 side you already have depression and anxiety so I'm done.
It's not that. It's not that.
Sagery,
Honestly,
add Firehill 20 said down.
if I'm being honest, I would put it in the category of the manga that are kind of like Metamorphosis, the one that everybody was telling you to read, the one with the iconic girl with the like braided hair, right? I put it in the same like vein as those types of manga where they're deceptively interesting looking. They look like they won't be much but lightheartedness, and they turn out to be the cruelest, most realistic depictions of what abuse, trauma, and just general life's downside look like. It's depressing and awful to read, yes, but it's a very realistic depiction of the cycle of abuse between people who are traumatized as children. And I really don't think that it's like it's worth the read if you like psychologically torturing yourself, maybe. But I don't think that it's worth the read for any other reason other than that. Not much can be gained other than, I don't know, if you're looking for your own breakthrough on it. I read it just because I keep torturing myself for fun.
Sagery, Adarana99 said yeah, Metamorphosis is a hard but good read.
Depressing. Truly was depressing. Um, it's just a whole genre of manga that are like that, to be honest. Authors just be writing stuff. And they be putting their own trauma into it just to make your life worse. It's okay. If you want to, ease yourself into it, I don't know. Start with the very lighthearted Grave of the Fireflies and step from there, I guess. I almost got stuck down there. Did you know Himoto Umaru-chan, which has an opening that I would sing but would never watch again, was based off an author's real sister? And the author had to come out and tell people to stop being happy his sister died because they hated the character so much, apparently. I don't read Japanese, so I can't say if that was 100% true. But from, like, the sources I was reading, he basically was like, I understand that you didn't like seeing how she was portrayed in the manga and anime, but can you please stop being happy that like my sister died, no matter how you feel about the character, because the character was based on my sister. And I thought that that was the most intriguing thing I've ever seen, because I was also one of those people who hated his sister.
Sagery, Adarana 99 side he hadn't heard that.
Yeah. It was sad. I was mainly just surprised to learn that it was based off that man's sister. I did like the opening to the first season of the anime. I just found the character to be very annoying, as most did apparently. Who's your number one most annoying like anime character? Like so annoying that they ruined the whole anime for you. I've talked a lot about anime characters
Sagery,
that annoy
at
me.
Crescent 487 said what? Mind blown emoji.
I mean, that would explain why of all the anime that are like kind of like insectuous, you know, Himoto Umaro-chan was not very like that. Like it was very straightforward sibling. Like I feel like you could have actually had a sibling like that. It's it would explain a lot why it was like that. Oh, our chicken coop might be done. Let's go see. Do we have a chicken coop? I'm gonna put some chickens in it, and then we're gonna name them on stream. Yes, we do. Yay. Huh? What the heck is a grub?
Sagery, Adarana 99 said the entire cast of Nichijou.
I don't know what that is, but I'll believe you. Bro said the entire cast. That's crazy. Oh, sickening. I'll take 10. What do we name the chicken? Vynnsomniacs. What do we name the chicken? We can go for something fun and cute this time. Or we can go for something down to earth. We can name the chicken Nicholas.
Sagery, Ad Fruity Pepper said Lilia.
Who the fuck is Lilia?
Sagery, at 31 ties said these is genuinely awful to admit, but the show to ASMR is really enjoyable.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I made it so it was like age neutral. You could just be a short man. You don't have to. You can just be a short man. Nothing is stopping you.
Sagery, at Brandon _ no name said Misty from Pokemon Season 1 girly was always so negative.
That's fair. That's fair. So are we settled on Lilia? Because I still want to know who that is.
Sagery, at 31 ties said maybe it's better that way.
I didn't age code it. want to name the chicken gay. Alright, I guess I'll name the chicken for us. I'm gonna name it Chicken. And that's why you should never let me name anything. Great. I'll send a little chicken to your new home right away. Thank you. Chicken. Ooh. I have enough for another chicken. Likey-o.
Sagery,
Oh.
at Firehill20 said being SS in your ASMR makes me feel better of my body, red heart emoji.
Aw. I'm glad. That makes me happy. Glad you like it. When did you find the time to listen? Wait. Oh. I've always thought the height thing was stupid. The height preference thing was stupid. But then again, I've told you about my coworker who degraded me for like 2 years for being a quote unquote big bitch.
Sagery, Adarana99 said if one character bothers me that much I tend to just stop watching.
Oh, both the chickens are brown. I did not buy any hay. I can power through some anime if the person who annoys me is.
Sagery, at Firehill20 said, palm down hand emoji, palm down hand emoji, palm down hand emoji.
Thanks for the head pats. I'm not upset about it anymore, but it was a hard time working with that person. Bro would not let it go. Every other conversation was like, and that's why I hate big bitches like you. I was like, God damn. I can't even control that shit. What are you talking about? Cluck, cluck.
Sagery, at Brandon_Nonomies Ido I also hated that redhead from Shield Hero but I'm sure everyone hated her.
Wasn't she renamed to bitch?
Sagery, Adarana99 said just rude as hell.
Yeah. Bro just really hated women who were tall. And I guess because I, like, never was outwardly like, can you shut the fuck up? Or maybe it was because I was like, oh, nah. I like to think that I was pretty chill most of the time. I think I only told him off like 3 times in a row. Anyways, yeah. So I've never understood the like height thing in the first place. But have you guys seen those videos of those women who are like 4'9" being like, I want a boyfriend that's at least like 6'7"? Girl, what you gonna do with that? That's what I want to know. So I know that they're out there.
Sagery, Adarana99 said was he particularly short or did he just not like tall girls in general?
I don't think it was particularly short.
Sagery, at Firehill20 said he like tall ladies.
I don't think I'm particularly tall. He was just like shorter than me. Which, to be fair to him, I always wear slightly platformed shoes. So my height roughly renders out to being like 5'9" at any given time, like 5'9" to 5'10". But I think he said he was like 5'5". So it's like, you're not short. You're not that short. Be
Adri,
quiet.
Adarana 99 side. He just saw one where a bunch of like 5 feet 2 inches girls were saying they wanted a 6 feet 4 inches guy.
What are you gonna do with all that? Oh my gosh. I know what I'm gonna do with this. Also, thank you. I really don't think I'm that tall. I don't think I'm that tall. I knew a girl in high school. She was 6'2". And if she wasn't strange, I think she would have been really pretty. But she was just a weirdo. And that really was off-putting. Weird bad, not weird good. Man, what does weird bad mean? I mean, that was just something I like about her. Can you come back here?
Sageri, Adfirehill 20 said damn girls be like that sad.
Come back here. Chicken.
Sageri, Brandon _ no-name said, you know you're already older than me, but if you're also taller than me then just marry me right now bro, _180.
Presuming you're like under 210, I can also pick you up. It makes me sound so buff, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm nowhere near a muscle mummy. I'm just I'm just built different, guys. It's okay. Built questionable. That's all.
Sageri, Luigiman _95 said actually. The friend's wedding I'm going on July 26th, yeah about that date, my friend is 6.5. And her fiancé is 4.11.
First of all, how are you going to somebody else's wedding on our wedding day? You scallywag, you scoundrel, you heathen, you heartbreaker. How dare you? First of all.
Sageri, Adfirehill 20 said become the muscle mommy you dream of.
I've never really dreamed of being a muscle mummy. You charlatan. You floozy. You 10-cent man. On our wedding day? Second of all, that height gap is ridiculous. Bro gotta cross 2 countries and the whole Pacific Ocean just to get a kiss. That's crazy.
Sageri, Luigiman _95 said it was a year and a half set. I'm sorry Vynn.
A year and a half set. A year and a half set. I'll miss my own wedding for this. That's crazy. That's crazy. I cannot believe you. I cannot believe you. Anybody else want to walk out on the wedding before I find out on the day of? If I find out on the day of, I'm gonna be adding you like crazy. I'll blow up your DMs. Think that I won't. I'm gonna put the ill and mentally ill. Keep playing with me. Sorry, honey, can't show up to the wedding. I have plans. Said the unfaithful.
Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said funniest part. Guess what was her first car? A smart car. And she fit like a normal person.
If you're smart, you'll be off the grid on the 26th of July. The chickens! Can you pet the chickens, please? I forgot to pet the chickens. Can't believe this. I'm already in the mines. Well, aren't you just Speedy Gonzalez? What are you doing? Rollerblading? Didn't know you could fly.
Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said don't worry Vynn. I will be faithful that day. Trust me, no one will get to me on the dance floor.
I'm gonna get my hands around your throat. On every floor.
Sagery, @Firehill20 said so fiance is kinda same height as me, I'm 5 feet tall, wish I was taller but I'm strong as fuck. Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said loyalty is my strong suit.
I'll be honest, you didn't look 5 feet tall. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I'm sorry if it's not. I meant it as a compliment. I'm sorry if it's not a compliment. No, don't touch my butthole. And as for your commentary on your loyalty, I don't know if loyalty is the issue about missing your own wedding. You know, I feel like there are bigger issues there. No, don't touch me. No, this is extremely homoerotic. Go away. I cannot be touched. I'm actually allergic. Oh my god. If I had a meat flute, they'd be vying to play it. I can't even see.
Sagery, @Firehill20 Sidey will take that compliment, red heart emoji, and missing your own wedding is yucks. Sagery, @Brandon_noname said for some reason you thought I was like 6 foot something but I'm only 5 feet 8 inches, _ 180.
Well, maybe I have an issue telling how tall men are, okay? Why won't you just leave me alone? I'm height blind. Short, tall, it don't make no difference to me. You all have wieners just the same. Does your dick suddenly go away because of your height? No, then shut up. I don't fucking know. Why can't a girl just not know how tall a man is?
Sagery, @Fruity Pepper said nah you were right about my height lol. Sagery, @Firehill20 said funny and cute Vynn is.
I don't know if that was cute, I'm just distressed.
Sagery, @Arana99 said lol. Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said lmfow.
Yay, I made it to another floor. I have no idea where you are. What floor are you on?
Sagery, @Firehill20 said lamau. Sagery, at Brandon_non-name said he can't believe you would assume my height like that, so rude, you must hate me, _you are.
Keep talking to me like that and I'm gonna find your house and I'm gonna remove a couple inches off your height. How about that? Heard about this amazing leg procedure where they cut your femur in half and then they put it back together and you were shorter miraculously. I'm going to put you under
Sagery, at Luigiman_95 said him 5 feet 10 inches and 3/8 THS. But rounding down is the dreaded 5 feet 10 inches.
You acting like I would know the difference. I have no idea what the difference is. Oh no.
Sagery, at Brandon_non-name said 2 can play the victim game, smirking cat face emoji.
Play the victim, sir. I am the victim. I say it in the most manipulative way that I've ever said anything about. Oh my god, it's over there. It's over here. What are you doing? Oh. A shroom. Careful not to do those. It's over there! Wow! How exciting. Really making progress today. Yikes. Looks tough. No. I don't want to. Oh, I don't have any more energy. Time to eat some berries. Do you guys have a favorite berry? My favorite berry is raspberries. Haha. 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 Oh, I was teasing him. Oh, wow. Double penetration. That's crazy. Thank you for protecting me. I fear that I'm blind.
Sagery, at Firehill20 said he loved blueberries.
They were my favorite fruit when I was a kid, especially if I could eat them with some plain Cheerios. But unfortunately, I've grown to dislike them.
Sagery, at
as my life has
Luigiman_95 said strawberry and blueberry.
I like the aesthetic of strawberries. I don't like the taste of them. Oh, yes.
Sagery, at Brandon_non-name said he loved me some cranberries.
Like the fruit?
Sagery, at Durana99 said blackberries are tasty.
Oh yeah, blackberries are really good. Oh, I just remembered a movie that I should subject you guys to. In the early 2000s, when Disney was on some BS, for real, they made this movie called How to Build a Boy, in which two girls hack into...
Sagery, at Luigiman_95 said, however, I'm not a big fan of blueberry in food. Just blueberries alone.
They just always taste musty to me, whether they're alone or in food. Like, I don't want my food to be musky.
Sagery, at Luigiman_95 said low key, dried cranberries are so good.
Oh, yeah, okay. I like it.
Sagery, at Durana99 said he know that movie.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, recently I've just thought about subjecting you to really crappy movies that I enjoyed as a kid. And let me tell you, they range from bad to really bad, actually. you think to yourself, Vynn, how bad could it possibly be? That was the sound of me getting war flashbacks. That's how bad it is. But hey, it could be worse. You know, it's not as bad as what's currently on TV. I need to make all of you watch Sophia the First. That's what it is. I was a girl in the village doing alright. Then I became a princess overnight. Now I gotta figure out how to do it right. So much to learn and see. Up in the castle with my new family. In a school that's just for royalty. The whole enchanted world is waiting for me. I'm so excited to be Sophia the First. I'm finding out what being royal's all about. Sophia the First, making my way. Have you guys seen the YN version? Then what possessed you? Nothing. Everything possessed me. That's the version that I was thinking about the whole time. Yay. I know that movie. What movie? Oh, the one I was talking about earlier. I gotta wait. Until you get your butt out of the mines.
Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said not Sophia the First. I've seen it too much because of my nieces when they were little.
Your nieces have impeccable taste. Sounds amazing. Sounds peak.
Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said now one of them just got their driver's license. Man, I'm old.
How old are we talking? Are you an OG son? How old are we talking? Are you geriatric? How old are we? How old are we? How old are we talking? I don't know what I just did. I think I accidentally did something. I just be pressing stuff by accident. I'm so sorry. Gotta check.
Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said remember. My birthday was last week.
I do remember that
31.
your birthday was last week. I did forget how old you were turning.
Sagery, @Firehill20 said do we all tell our ages now scared?
Aren't you 27 or something?
Sagery, @Luigiman_95 said Vynn. Chill or you're gonna read my private macros LMFAO.
I mean, I always read my morals, bro. What are we talking about? You guys thought I wasn't looking? You thought they were open for fun? No, I read them and then I just keep it to myself. Because a lot of the times, you guys are telling me either personal stuff, or sometimes it's like identifier. Like, I can identify you, so I'm like, maybe I shouldn't post that, because then other people can identify you. Did you check on the chickens? I gotta go buy some more hay for them today.
Sagery, @Firehill20 side EM27 yes good job remembering because I would forget sometimes lol.
Your own age. It's okay. I forget my age. I don't just remember that. I remember your birthday as well. The most important thing to show that you care for me is to remember. So I remember. Of course, I occasionally forget. But that's just because my brain is trying its best. I want to eat sausage. This might be our last day in game. I'm going to grab some noodles and sausage. What am I going to do after that? I don't know. Stephanie Sue, probably? I'm not going to do her, but I'm going to watch some Stephanie Sue.
Adarana99 said ever since 25 I tend to default to even numbers unless I actually think about it.
So you're telling me you could be even older? Or you're telling me that you could be older? Good to know.
Adri, add Fruity Pebble said with us, right? Face with peeking eye emoji.
I'm not sure people want to hear the mastication ASMR. Your bars are bad. Oh, the chicken. I see you already pet them. Stardew Valley ASMR, except
Adri, add an apple in a box said who you romance in this game? And who would you romance if it could be anyone?
The Vynnsomniacs and the Vynnsomniacs once more. Oh, they haven't been eating the hay. Okay. Well, I did not have to splurge on all that hay. They are chickening about. Also, hello. Very lovely to meet you. Do you guys remember which video we were on of hers, right? Last time? Or no? Because we can choose a video on stream, but we're gonna have to be... I'm gonna have to turn on like an
Sageri, add Fruity Pebble said lovely answer, like blue heart emoji.
That is true. Do I not bring you gifts and talk to you twice a day? Do I not rizz you up with my chicken statues and sea jelly? Am I not the Rizzler? Rejected by the Vynnsomniacs. The music was annoying me earlier, but now it's fine.
Sageri, add Fruity Pebble said so much Riz, hand over mouth emoji.
Good. I knew it.
Sageri, add Firehill20 said twice a day is enough and chicken for chicken gods.
Exactly. Although I think I talk much more than that. I'm a chatty person. What can I say? You're gonna have to like get some bandages or something. Just wrap up my mouth. One time I was told that I talk so much that even when I'm dead, I'm gonna talk. People are gonna hear me talking in my dead. Let me ask you something. If there was a zombie apocalypse, would you want to be awoken from resurrected from your grave, right? Not like an infection-based apocalypse, but like any sort of apocalypse. Would you want to be rezzed from your grave? And if so, what kind of zombie would you like to be? Like, is there a preference? I think the music is gone now. It's so ominous. Somebody needs to create like horror mods for Stardew Valley, just like they do for like Minecraft. And every time the music stops, there's like some big bestial monster chasing you down, ready to turn you into mincemeat.
Sagery, at Firehill 20 said so like Jesus reviving the bodies.
No, just like a zombie apocalypse.
Sagery, at Luigiman_95 Sidey haven't thought about it.
Any scenario in which your heart stops is fine. Dang it, now I'm thinking about The Walking Dead again. Should I play that game on stream if I'm able to? Would you guys be interested in watching me play the Walking Dead game? Although I'll admit that I know the entire story, that will not stop me from being a coward. As you saw,
Sagery, at Firehill 20 Sidey would like to be Fast Zombie or Jackie from Left 4 Dead.
Why Jackie? That's so specific. Why Jackie? I want to be Bill. Why Jackie? I was looking for a new zombie movie to watch, and I stumbled across like the sadness virus from I forgot the name of the movie, but oh my gosh, that one was too graphic for me. And it was basically like rabies, but it wasn't rabies. It inhibited your like brain's ability for higher thinking, obviously, but it caused you to chase everything that would bring you joy and pleasure, and then also like it crossed your brain's wiring for pain and pleasure. So it was like a bunch of just sadistic things happening to people. Now, what possesses some writers?
Sagery, at Firehill 20 saw Ida Jackie because Earl would be jumping on people and be a spider monkey also biting too. Sagery, at Luigiman_95 said I'm gonna head to bed now. I love you Vynn and Vynnsomniacs face red heart shape : face red heart shape.
As well.
Sagery, at Moving Mental said yo what's up twin. Just wanted to pop in to say hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's go back to the house. I'll ask you what you guys want to watch, and then I'll start setting up for that, and then I'll leave. Let's see what you put in my thing. Why am I watching a wavy hair ad? Alrighty. That's my last day in Stardew Valley. So now I'm going to ask you guys proper, which Rotten Mango video do you want to see? see because obviously I am just a girl. So we have do you want to hear about David's crimes? There's a FedEx driver who kidnapped a 7-year-old girl. Um, that one's very, very sensitive topic. There was a Google engineer who allegedly punched his wife to death. There's Haley Beck, the sister of Noah Beck. I don't know who he is actually, and she was a groomer, but she was bullied by the kid she was grooming viciously. I'm trying to pick ones that I would also be surprised to see. Um, Parents forced their 9-year-old daughter to lie in her sister's car coffin and mutilate her thing.
Adri, add moving mentals aid. It's like 4 a.m. here, so I'm ahead to bed. Happy streaming.
Okay, rest well. Good night. Good night. That's just me, one of my kids. There's one about a mom who tried to kill her husband for justice, and a wife who hired a hitman to kill her husband after he hurt her daughter. Alright, well, I'll choose the last one just because I want to choose the last one. That's it. Headphones. Alright, let's close Stardew Valley. Nice, nice, nice. Then I'm going to go over here.
Sageri, add Firehill 20 said the daughter one.
The daughter one? The last one or the one?
Sageri, add Arana 99 said you mentioned an artist got back to you.
Right, I so did mention that. Let me open my
Adri, at Corker 2344 said explode.
Okay. So I'm opening my VGen. I'm opening my messages. I left her on red a little bit because I'm a guilty Nelly. I'm gonna need a ad blocker. I keep forgetting to put it on. I just hate using it. My computer's barely running on Steam as it is.
Sageri, add Fruity Pebble said you sound super far _ you are.
I'm like not even that far away. I'm just sitting up. It's just the distance between my butt and the bed. It's crazy. I'm just sitting up. Okay. Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. So sorry. I'm so sorry. There was no reason for me to do that, by the way, but I did, and that was unnecessary of me. Also, I was not looking at the thing. So yeah, sorry. Is this one gonna take 4 score and 7 years to do? Because I didn't. I gotta close this. That is not gonna be appropriate for YouTube.
Sagery, add user I506. I said, what's your favorite Nietzsche book?
I don't know what that is, and I question if it's a good thing, so I'm going to hit you with a 24-hour timeout because I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. If it's a good thing, I'm sorry. If it's a bad thing, then kick rocks. Explode was interesting. Okay, we should be good. I turned on a VPN as well, so if any ads get through, at least they'll be in the other portion of the country. Okay, we'll close this. I'm gonna open this. And here. This is the artist. And she was super sweet. Super sweet. I don't know if that was okay for YouTube. This is her art style. It's very pretty. Very, very pretty. I actually got this one across my feed and I thought that it was very nice. That it looked really pretty. And then I'll have to go to my messages with her, so give me 1 second. Because we don't need to see those. But we are going to go see her rigging because she offered rigging as well. And that's actually why I chose her, because I quite frankly didn't want to have to go find my own rigger.
Sagery, Adarana99 said pretty __Hughes.
Okay. So now I'm going to put it in theater mode and
Sagery, add fruity pepper said nice. I like what I see __FOU.
this is what she sent me for the rigging.
Sagery, Adarana99 side of she rigs too?
I don't think it's her. A lot of artists have riggers that they work with because
Sagery,
offering
Adfirehill20 said good night Veen, stay you because you are awesome and I want to be flower boy for the wedding, red heart emoji.
Okay. Don't make sure to come and bring lots of flowers. I like daisies and lilies of the valley. Good night. I don't know if my head's in the way or not. I wasn't really saying anything. I was just pointing out that this is the rigging, and I said I don't know if my head's in the way or not, but yeah, this was the rigging that she sent me specifically.
Sagery, add fruity pepper said is so loud compared to you, _you are. Sagery, Adarana99 said that's some pretty good rigging.
She said that she'd also do a forward-facing reference sheet if I wanted, and then she sent me some art for it. And she's been like generally very kind and very sweet and so understanding because I had like a bajillion questions. But this is what she sent me for some other art that she's done. Very pretty, very pretty. I'm not gonna show it for too long just in case I'm not supposed to. So, oh, that's my own stream. Do not do that. Do not do that. Yeah. So if you like it, then I'll proceed with working with her. But if you don't like it, let me know and I'll look for another artist. Or if you don't like the rigger, maybe we'll look for another rigger. But yeah, I want you guys to like it too.
Sagery, add Fruity Pebble said Peak was on for a second.
Guys, do you like the artist of the week or not? Obviously, I picked her because I like her art style. I think it's really pretty. I think it's nice. But if you guys don't like it,
Sagery, Adarana99 said she seems good to me. Sagery, add Fruity Pebble said yeah I like it, _FOOU. Sagery, Adarana99 said he liked her art style and the rigging looked solid.
oh, I need to also ask her, does she do tongue outs? Very nice. So I sent the message to the artist, and now we're going to go do the video that I was talking about. Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. So funny, so funny. Okay, we got our Stephanie Sue story coming on up. I like this model. It's very pretty. She is so kind. Okay, now I've seemingly got the video nice and ready. And it seems like the ads are not on. Oh, yes, they are. I know because I have a Forza ad on the side there. So let's go ahead and reset, refresh, renew. Okay, it seems like the ad blocker is on, and I should be good to play it, but we're going to go on a quick, fun little break where I go heat up some noodles and sausage, and you guys sit tight. Okay, love you. Bye.
Sagery, add Fruity Pebble said okay, _Hughes.
I don't have a please wait screen on this. Shoot. This will be my please wait screen, I guess. I don't know.
Sagely, Adwheel and Axel said hello.
Hi. I don't know if you're saying that because I'm back or just because you just joined the stream. But hello. I'm actually having a late night meal, technically.
Sagely, Fruity Pebble said welcome back _schlep.
So this is not going to be the most interesting part of the stream. I do suggest, if you're looking for a super interesting part of the stream, that you, I don't know, either watch like 30 minutes to an hour back, or maybe
Sagely, Adwheel and Axel said your voice is quiet a bit, very much, low.
like quiet. My voice is quiet. Is that what it is? I got spicy powder in my throat. Oh my god. It's all the way up on the thing, but you'll hear a little bit more background noise if I do it like this, but it's okay.
Sagely, Adwheel and Axel said also is the bot saying say Drake?
No, it's saying the name of the voice you're supposed to have.
Sagely, Fruity Pebble said yes, thank goodness I'm not the only one, _you are.
This time I'm closer to the microphone. I don't know why you guys can't hear me well.
Sagely, Admoku the Magi's ID thought my headphones were messed up.
At this point, I'm beginning to think that it's just censoring, because, I don't know. But, here's the video. The audio does not have a video. The video doesn't have any audio.
Sandwich, which is like a logic-defying choice.
Okay.
She is going to make time to sit down with a hitman.
And
if this were set in Nantucket, Nicole Kidman is going to be playing the lead role. But this is not Nantucket, and this is not Nicole Kidman, and this is not a freaking act. April 11th, 2025. Angelia Solomon, aka
not as bad.
Sagely, Adwheel and Axel said you sound like I'm hearing a voice message from far. But like in the movies type of way, not realistically.
You're smacking a cheesecake factory on there, a California pizza kitchen. It's basically
I'm like,
the
right.
American suburban dream in one giant personality-less shopping plaza. But that is completely besides the point, because Angie is pulling up in her car and the instructions are crystal clear.
Let me see.
Park a few cars away. Easy. Done. Got it. Then you walk over to the car. The car with the hitman, the hit car, whatever you want to call it. I mean, this is too easy, right?
Sagely,
Open the
Fruity
passenger
Pebble said
door.
you said what
Get in the
now?
front. This is the front. Get in the front
_you are.
passenger door. Do not look behind you. Do not look around. Do not glance towards the back seat. Keep your head facing forward. Act normal and just talk. The hitman is in the back seat, and this is how you're going to communicate. Without seeing his face, without shaking his hand on the count of like 1, 2, 3, deal, you're just going to stare straight ahead into the Macy's entrance while you tell the hitman exactly why you need your ex-husband dead. Both Angie Solomon and this man, they have a reason to be hiding in this Macy's parking lot. They are talking to each other for the very first time without even making eye contact. And Angie asks him, have you done this before? I'm not talking about what I've done before. And she's just nervous giggling. She's like cackling. She sounds like a housewife and he sounds like a hitman.
You heard it?
Yeah, I'm just intrigued. And she's just like, okay. It's nervous laughter.
You're trustworthy, right? That's a stupid question. I mean, there's trust going both ways here. That's why we're sitting in the middle of the parking lot. Okay?
Okay, so she's like straight to business, I see. You know, they're both here to take someone down. They're not here to make small talk. Angie gives the backseat guy, backseat boy, backseat killer, whatever you want to call him, the whole rundown. I mean, the Spark Notes version is, he belongs in prison or he belongs underground. That's a direct quote. The slightly longer version is this. Angie has 2 kids with her ex-husband, Grant Solomon and Gracie Solomon. Angie states that she has known that her ex-husband, has been abusing their daughter since she was 5 years old. She claims that Gracie allegedly told her one day that her father puts things up inside of her during bath time, and once it was a soap bar and it was absolutely painful. Angie's horrified. She states that when she confronts her husband about it, Aaron, he admits to it, but he also allegedly tells her, if you tell anyone, I'm just going to take the kids away. What are you going to do about it? What are you supposed to do for a threat like that? Aaron Solomon, the ex-husband, is a well-known, well-respected local news anchor. He's on the local TV news channel, and she's Angie.
She go to sleep. Why are you guys still awake at this time?
Her kids are going to be taken from her. And Gracie will be under Aaron's full control. So Angie, she just has to find a different way. She sends an email to her psychiatrist, Dr. Reed, and she's talking about her daughter. My daughter would beg to not be bathed, and I didn't see the signs. Did I miss all the signs? She claims ever since then, she has been trying to get the kids away from Aaron from, at least 2013, right? She was trying to slowly escape. She was taking detailed notes of abuse on her phone. Then one day, she's rushing out the door to pick up the kids from school. She's in the car, she's passing by the gas station, and she realizes, I left my phone at home. So then she books it, U-turns it back all the way back home, and she's freaking out. She runs inside, and Aaron has the phone just suspended over the toilet, and allegedly he tells her,
I hope I sound better. I'm peeking the microphone every single time I speak. It is in the red.
With all the logs of the detailed abuse.
Since 2013?
And yes. Well, it was prior to 2013.
From school?
In 2013.
Whoa. Okay.
And he drops her phone into the toilet. Straight into the toilet.
I would hope you can hear me. I'm literally blowing out the mic every time I speak.
What that means now, right? You're never going to see the kids again. 3 weeks later, in the middle of the night, kids are gone. Aaron is gone. And now Angie is many years later. This is in 2025. She is sitting in the car with a hitman. She sounds like she's half
a break from college.
She sounds like she's half crying, and she asks, "You're trustworthy, right?" Is that a stupid question? Mind you, this is still a Macy's parking lot. Mr. Backseat Assassin responds, there's trust going both ways here. That's why we're sitting in the middle of a parking lot, okay?
Yeah, I just don't believe it. And I don't want to. The only contact we have is Steve here. That's all I want. That's perfect. You're not reporting me or anything, Steve. Bless me.
Angie giggles kind of nervously. I would be worried about you doing that before me, because it could be it for me. Angie says, I'm just a very naive person, but I'm just catching a big leap right here. Yeah, it's a big leap, but like I said, you're not going to see me ever again. Which seems to be exactly what Angie needs to hear, because she starts telling him her ex-husband's work schedule, his workout routine schedule, his gym schedule, where he works, his address, how his back gate has a gaping hole in the back that he can probably crawl through. And Angie wonders, so this can't be traced back to me, right? That's why we're going through this now. After you get out of here, you're never going to see me again. Angie asks the backseat guy, are you mean?
Am I mean? I can be mean. You want me to be mean?
She nods. Okay, I can be mean. He thinks he's about 5'8", with shoes on, and he thinks he's God. Okay, so slow is better than quick? Yes, he's a psychopath. And a psychiatrist watching in court, and the way his mannerisms and everything, he's a psychopath. We all know what they are. My daughter says he's like in between Jeffrey Dahmer and I forget the other one. She forgets the name of the other serial killer that is being referenced, but it's not important right now. The important part is this going to happen or not? Is the ex-husband going to be dead or not? The backseat man asks Angie, well, they're going to talk to you. You're his ex-wife, and you better not say nothing, you hear me? Angie assures him she's ready to move on with her life. This is about making sure that her daughter is safe. However, she has no money. What?
What?
How long was this interaction in the car?
30 minutes?
How you gonna hire a hitman when you're broke?
Well, I was wondering, because I don't have anything to pay right now, but I would later. What do you mean you would later? You got life insurance on him or anything? Angie explains, no, it's not life insurance per se, but he has a trust that would go to his daughter, their daughter, when he dies, and that's probably like a few $1 million. But as of right now, Angie doesn't have anything to give Mr. Backseat Man. And he says, well, give me your car registration as collateral. So she's reassuring him that once she gets the trust, she's going to pay him back double than what he's asking. So instead of $5,000, she's going to pay him $10,000. She hands over her car registration, and I guess that's enough for the hitman. He finally asks her, you understand, though, that I'm not going to see you again. We will be going through a third party, and you know that. You understand that when you get out of bed this next time in the morning, your husband is going to be dead, and he ain't coming back. You understand that, right? He will be dead and disappear. Angie starts crying before she agrees. However, a few things from this conversation are just flat out false lies, such as, by morning time tomorrow, Aaron Solomon would not be dead. And the two of them, Mr. Backseat Man and Angie, they will see each other again. And this time, they do get to look at each other. Not that it makes it any less awkward. In fact, Mr. Backseat Man suddenly does not appreciate eye contact. He does not want to look Angie in the eye, even though they're sitting so close, facing each other directly. Or maybe the awkwardness is coming from the fact that they're sitting in a room full of people staring at each other, while the entire conversation that they
thought he was going to be a
killing Aaron Solomon has been recorded and has been playing on the speakers in a courtroom where Aaron Solomon is sitting in the back.
So this guy is a cop, or is he an actual hitman that also got caught?
The prosecutor asks him, "And what was your role?" "I was informed that my role would be to go undercover and portray myself as a hitman for hire."
Oh no.
The backseat man is not a hitman. He is an undercover agent. And Angie Solomon has now been arrested for a murder for hire charge. The Solomon family consists of 4 people. Aaron Solomon, the dad. Angie
I mean,
Solomon,
y'all are
the
not going to
mom.
get me to
Grant
feel bad
Solomon,
for
the
somebody
son,
who
and
abuses
Gracie Solomon,
children,
the
but
daughter.
nice.
By 2025,
Try.
Aaron Solomon will be accused of being part of a large-scale, high-powered trafficking ring involving the governor of Tennessee and a megachurch pastor, including being accused of trafficking his own daughter into this.
And this the man you want me to feel sorry that his wife got a hitman for hire for?
Arrested for trying to kill her ex-husband. Grant Solomon, the son, will be dead.
Not her, but the
Gracie
court.
Solomon, the daughter, will post a video expose on YouTube exposing her entire family and accusing her dad of killing her older brother, Grant. This is the case of the Solomons, where it's pretty clear that at least one of the Solomons is lying. We just don't know which one. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Georgia Mountain Food Bank. Now more than ever, with SNAP benefits having been paused and the holidays coming up, their work to end
I'm taking a
hunger
snack
is
break,
savings.
technically
This
my
episode's partnership
breakfast
has also
break.
made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers: there are allegations of DV, childhood essay, incestuous abuse, so please protect yourself if this is something that will be triggering. Today's case is also complicated. It's a situation where everyone, even strangers on the internet, including ourselves, everyone's picking a side and they're sticking to that side. As always, we try our best as a team to not pick a side, no matter how tempting it is. But today's case in particular is very messy. There are a lot of accusations. They have not been legally proven in court. But just because it hasn't been legally proven doesn't mean it can't be true. But for the purpose of not needlessly receiving a cease and desist, which tends to make me more passionate regardless, but still, we are going to do our absolute best to just compile and aggregate the allegations made online, netizen opinions, and even conspiracy theories so that you can come to your own personal opinion on this case. Any alternate theories, opinions, and accusations are those of netizens I found online or from the people directly involved. Everything is publicly available. They are not representative of our own opinions regarding this case. A small disclaimer here: any annotations made in any sort of document was done by the original uploader of the document. So more often than not, Angie or someone from Angie's side has been posting screenshots of medical reports or screenshots of court documents, and there's a lot of annotations and highlights and question marks next to things. That was not done by the RM team. That was just done by the original poster. Moreover, we cannot even tell you if that these are accurate screenshots of court documents. Tennessee is very tricky in the sense that we have had to jump through a lot of loopholes. Tennessee is a state. If you live in Tennessee, we need help in Tennessee, okay? Tennessee is the one state where every time we put in a FOIA request, it's going to be weeks of just no. And I feel like I'm harassing court clerks in Tennessee at this point. So if you guys have any sort of advice from Tennessee residents, please let me know in the comments. It's been intense. So there's no way that we can even cross-reference or really check for these documents for their accuracy. And even then, I think it would be useless in this situation, as there has not really been an open criminal investigation until this year, and that is for the murder for hire plot. All of the other things, they happened in family court, which a lot of those times, those are not public information.
I had to reheat the noodles because they're getting cold, so they're in the microwave. I also grabbed some water.
And I have no way of confirming all of that, just so you know. And sometimes they can be taken out of context. And another thing with this case is every single point has been disputed by both sides. If you were to
Oh?
put two main parties involved, Angie Solomon and Aaron Solomon, into a room and told them to agree on the color of the sky,
I don't
you would
think
have
so.
to bring in a pee bucket and sleeping bags because neither of them would be leaving that room. Like, they just cannot agree on a simple 2 + 2 = 4. Just to give you an idea, Angie has claimed that Aaron has filed multiple bankruptcies on an Instagram account that Aaron accuses Angie of running, which she denies. Even that is contentious. Then
What?
Aaron denies filing multiple bankruptcies. Then he goes back and says,
I
only
feel
filed
like
for
that's
one.
provable, right?
But that was also with Angie, and I had to file it because we were married and she was spending all the money. So it's like every little thing they have to be like, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. So it's a lot of back and forth, and like a lot of very nasty divorces, custody battles. It's going to get very, very contentious and heated. So with that being said, let's get into it. May 12th, 2021, a video goes live on YouTube, and you just see a 14-year-old girl holding a stack of papers, and she's kind of on one of those swivel armchairs, and there's a lot of background music that is very loud. And she starts by saying, "My name is Gracie Solomon, I'm 14 years old, and I'm here to tell my story."
I just want to say before we get into any of this that it's coming straight from me. It's all
Uncensored?
and
Sage
no,
Reef at Brandon underscore non-name
A lot of
said
people
these
point out
people
that
were cray
throughout the
cray.
video, she'll periodically look
I'm
at
mainly
camera.
confused.
So, it seems maybe someone is there as emotional support, or if you want to be very skeptical, maybe someone is telling her exactly what to do. But she states in the video, no one is telling me what to do. My father is a monster. It makes me want to vomit. I found my voice to be able to tell you that my father has R-worded me, hurt me, and I'm not going to be a victim of this monster.
he's a rapist, he's a molester, he's a liar, and he's a killer. I hate my dad. I'm absolutely terrified.
Oh my God.
of everything he's done to me, my brother, and my mom. I don't want to call him my dad anymore.
He's never listened to me. He has hurt me sexually, physically, mentally. He has caused so much pain for my family. He has tried to manipulate me and has manipulated others and has hurt me ever since I was born. My dad has done awful things to me. First, he never let my mom bathe me. It was always him. So by not letting my mom come in at all, it meant that he could do anything to me. I would always tell my mom that I felt like I was more of a wife to him instead of a daughter. He would always bring his phone into the bathroom with him. At the time, I didn't know it, but I strongly believe that he was taking pictures and videos. I learned how to hide my body from him by flipping my hair over, because he wouldn't leave me alone while I was showering or getting out. He is a sick person. He even tries to convince me that I'm being brainwashed by my mom and everything I remember never happened. He tries to scare me into thinking my mom's house is unsafe. He knows how scared I am of robberies and kidnapping or getting taken from my mom. In fact, he took me away from my mom for years when I was just ending my kindergarten year. Later on, he told me that I was never going to go back to my mom and that she was actually dead. I don't remember when I found out that my mom was alive. But I know Grant, my brother, and I both believe she was dead for years because of my dad. She states that even when they were a family unit, it wasn't great. Gracie says that the dad was always constantly trying to kill the mom, Angie. This video itself is uploaded on YouTube, and it doesn't particularly go viral on a national level, but it has 181,000 views, and everyone in Franklin, Tennessee has probably seen this video. Aaron Solomon, Gracie's dad, is somewhat of a local celebrity. He used to be a news anchor for the local channel, Channel 4. Everyone knows him. Everyone seems to know the Solomons. In the video, Gracie talks about how she had to go out of town for a baseball game for her older brother, Grant, and she went with her dad. He ends up booking a hotel room for her and him with just one bed.
We stopped at a hotel room in Asheville. My dad only got one bed when I had asked for two. It made me really nervous before we even got in a hotel room. When we went to bed, I remember him slowly getting closer to me until I was on the edge of the bed. I kept waking up by feeling his feet rub against mine.
I kept waking up, and then I finally realized that something hard was on my lower back, close to my butt. I felt really scared, and I knew it was wrong. At court, Dad's attorney got inches away from my face and tried to manipulate me into thinking that what my dad did didn't really happen by saying, "Do you really think your dad would do something like that? Do you actually remember that happening?" He was so close to me that I could smell his cigarette breath on him, and his tongue really scared me. Gracie alleges in this YouTube video that it's not just her being victimized, it's everyone. So this is just like a 14-minute video of an expose of like, let me tell you everything that's happened between my family and everything that my dad has been doing ever since I was young. So it's not necessarily in a chronological fashion, but it's just like a very explosive, point by point, all of the big things of why she's scared of her father. She says it's not just me. She states that her dad would come to these high school games, sports games, because he used to be a sports newscaster. He's very much into sports, and he would film up the kids, the teenage girls' homecoming court dresses. That's what she alleges. She says, it makes me sick seeing him or talking about him. I haven't been able to go to school because of how scared of him I am. Ultimately, Gracie states at the end of her video, the only thing that she wishes, really, is for, quote, I want my dad gone.
Is there like context on this? Did she just post this and then, because that's crazy allegation. Is there police investigation or?
So she posts this video, and this video in particular does not blow up. But previously, for years before this video goes up on YouTube, there were multiple, I guess depending on what state you live in, DFACS, Department of Child Services, DCS, or CPS, Child Protection Services. They have had multiple open investigations against Aaron Solomon, and all of them have come up with
Multiple?
whether that means that he is innocent of these allegations or whether
Multiple?
he's just really good at not getting caught. I think that is up for debate.
Multiple?
So she posts this and that's it. No police involvement, nothing going on.
She posts this, and then Angie starts reaching out to a lot of true crime creators. At this point, a lot of people were familiar with the Solomons because something had happened the year prior, but it just seems like this was a big open door. This is when national
And nobody
attention
wanted to
starts getting
remove
involved.
them
They're
kids
going on
from that home.
vacation. They have a whole website. They have GoFundMes that have raised close to $200,000.
Listen, does it even matter who's like
eyeballs on
crazier in
this
this
video itself, for
situation?
some reason,
I
does
think
not
the
get a
kid's
lot of
not
attention,
safe.
But all of these allegations are starting to spread. So it becomes a big conversation online.
Where are the cops? Where are the officials?
That's the
They're not
conversation.
doing anything. Yeah,
That's so weird.
they're not doing
Okay.
anything. Before you even sit down for the first couples therapy session, the therapist is already figuring out, just gathering intel on the relationship dynamic, and it starts in the waiting room. Sometimes some therapists will even say that they'll check the cameras in the waiting room just to get a little vibe, especially if it's their first time seeing the couple. How much space is in between the couple? Obviously, the surface level observation would be the further apart a couple, the more they hate each other. But it's actually more than that. Therapists have noted it's about attachment style. If the couple is physically further apart, it could mean that one of them has avoidant attachment styles. They would rather run away from the problem than face it. Or they're in a stage of extreme
much,
emotional
apparently.
withdrawal, which is also very difficult. Clearly, couples who are in their own worlds, on their own phones separately, not great. But also, here's an interesting thing. If you see a couple and they're both zoning out or staring off into space, but they're staring off in different directions, could also mean that they're not in sync. One's looking left, one's looking right, or even timing. Do the couples come in together in one car? Or maybe they can't because of work or other obligations. Do they come in separately? That's fine. But if the couple regularly, one person arrives early or on time and the other person is consistently late, big red flag. Maybe it's work, but is it really? Or it could indicate that they don't want to be here. They feel tension and resentment, that they even have to show up to couples therapy.
That's
in
real.
Relationships in distress, couples move independently. They say it's like a coordinated dance, every couple. The way you open a door, you go into the therapy office. Therapist is sitting down, and you look at the selection of seating available. And usually the couples who will end up working out, they do a polite little song and dance. Even if they hate each other in the moment. Would you like the chair? Or do you want to, oh, I think maybe we should do the couch. It's like a very awkward, okay, well, whatever you like. Yeah, it's fine.
According to a therapist?
Yes.
But I'm
But
indecisive.
couples who do not care for each other, they just plop down wherever they want. They don't ask. There's no
But I'm
courtesy,
indecisive
there's
and
no, like,
socially
"What do you wanna
anxious."
do? Maybe we should both decide together. Maybe we should both sit together. Not that they have many choices. Couple therapists have stated that they will intentionally seat couples at a 90-degree angle. Can you guess why? Sometimes it's side by side on a couch. Sometimes it's one on the couch and one on a sofa facing the other way.
Why?
So they
want
can
to
face
do
each
it.
other?
It's the best for eye contact. You can choose the level of eye contact. You can look at your partner to connect, or you can look away when you feel you need emotional space without it being so obvious.
But I'm
Without
socially
it being
anxious. I'ma
confrontational,
always be
like,
looking
I can't
away.
look at you right now.
I can't make eye contact.
Natural. And a lot of these sessions are filled with confrontation. One therapist
I'm gonna be
said,
sitting in
"I
there
saw
and
a couple
she's
that
gonna be
was
like, she don't
being
even like it, like the look of their
retaliatory
face, and I'm gonna be like,
they were just cheating on each other
man,
and then telling each other
this
about
is
it,
awkward.
and then the other person would get mad and then cheat on them and then tell each other about it. When they got through their anger, they decided to call it a truce. They waved the white flag and made peace. With their level
How the
of
hell you make
emotional
peace?
maturity, I doubt it lasted long, but they stopped seeing me, so I don't know if I helped them or prolonged their suffering. I don't know." Another couples therapist said, "I saw a couple in the office because the husband greeted the dog before her when he came home from work, and that's why they started couples therapy. But it's actually a very symbolic problem of something greater, you know, a bigger underlying issue. Every day he'd come home from work and he would pet the dog first before he said hi to his wife. Kind of like the couple that wanted to divorce because the wife, she likes to cut her sandwiches diagonally. The husband, when he makes the sandwiches, he cuts them straight in half. They literally come to couples therapy for this, and people think they're crazy. Like, what do you mean? Just cut the sandwiches. But this is a symbolic gesture of the fact that the husband is unwilling to do something so simple for his wife.
The husband is a
Another
psycho.
editor writes, "I
Who the
have a
fuck
friend
cuts
who's
their
a marriage
sandwiches up and
counselor,
down?
and basically half his job is just helping two people who hate each other come to the conclusion that it's okay to divorce.
At least slice it into fourths.
That's it. Also, couples therapy is like a wrestling match. These couples, some of them go in there with the sole intention,
To win.
I'm here to win.
Yes.
And who am I winning? The therapist. They're going to tell me that I'm right and that my partner is wrong. I'm in it to fucking win it. Welcome to couples therapy. But whatever happens in therapy sessions, I mean, it typically does not warrant one spouse trying to kill the other spouse in a slow, painful, long manner via a hitman in a Macy's parking lot. Right? Maybe. Dr. Fatral,
If my husband touch kids, it does.
Probably longer than most of us have been alive. She's been in practice since
The fuck?
1993. Interestingly, she specializes in child and adolescent psychiatry.
I just want him to
But
stop
when Grant is
abusing my
6 years
child.
old,
Please hit him
Gracie is
up.
2 years old.
Yeah, hit him up and down the
ended
line.
up
Shit.
in Dr. Fattrell's office, and
If
she
you don't
claims
kill him,
that
I will.
Aaron has been abusive, sexually violating her since she gave birth to Grant. And the final straw was she was going through his stuff, and she allegedly discovers that Aaron has been cheating on her with workers, but more alarmingly, he has been grooming underage girls. It's not entirely clear exactly how she finds out about this and if she was able to collect any evidence at this point.
And
Not
he
that it
would be
matter
being
much, because
groomed by the
according to
mortician.
Angie, Aaron would threaten her.
Because I would kill
If
him.
you ever tell anyone about anything, I will make sure you never see our kids again.
I'll make sure you never see
Who's
tomorrow
she even gonna
again.
tell?
The fuck?
According to Angie, Aaron barely lets her talk to anybody, like anyone at all. She can't even go to a haircut appointment by herself to get a haircut because, I don't know, maybe he thinks that she's going to go there and say something to the stylist or even accidentally mention something that would raise the alarms, which means, according to Angie, that both of them are now sitting in Dr. Fortnell's office because even the psychiatrists,
I don't want
therapy
half a
sessions,
sandwich that you
he's
cut
not
up and
letting
down.
her go alone.
Cut it on a diagonal.
Angie's probably
Or
telling
give me a
Dr.
fourth.
Fortnell everything, all the way from the beginning. She's probably starting with her childhood. Not great. She says even as an adult, she had to file for an order of protection against her own dad. So clearly, child life, family life, home life, not great for Angie. And it's always been bad, probably worse when she was a kid and living with them. Angie says that she spent pretty much every single waking hour of her life just trying to become a basketball star for her school team because she doesn't want to go home. She doesn't want to focus on her home life. It's miserable. And then she graduates and she decides maybe basketball is not going to pay the bills, so I'm going to be a pharmacist. She spends all of her energy focusing on her own capabilities, such as pharmacy school, graduating, and then becoming a pharmacist. And it's as a pharmacist that she starts talking to Aaron Solomon again. They knew each other from high school. They're rekindling their love, and it's just like a fast track to marriage. Okay, I will say that rekindling is perhaps not like the exact word. Angie says in an interview, quote, "Back in high school, Aaron saw me then, and as I learned in my counseling sessions, he was stalking me." So she claims that he was stalking her when she was back in high school. We don't really get more elaboration on this. But she says, you know, he was stalking me. That would have been all the way back in like 1988. I didn't hear from him after that. I brushed him off. He continued to stalk me. Angie says that she was kind of rude to him in high school, and she always regretted it. I mean, she didn't know what kind of person he was back then, but she always just kind of thought about it, and she decided as an adult maybe she would reach out and apologize. And it was easy to remember him from high school, considering that she would turn on Channel 4 and he's right there. Morning anchor news, like sports anchor news. He's just right there on the TV. And she says that at that point, she had her own house, her own car. She manages the pharmacy, so she's not just a pharmacist. She's managing other pharmacists. She's got 2 dogs, a good income. She's very happy, very well adjusted. Aaron Solomon comes into her life, and within 6 weeks of dating, she's pregnant with their first child, Grant, and suddenly
Oh my
getting
God.
married in Vegas. She said she was very excited to have a kid, though. She said that she was very set on being a single mom.
He hit fast forward.
Both Aaron Solomon and her own dad threatened her because they're both very religious.
Pregnant in 6
And
weeks?
they said that she needs to be married before giving birth. So they went to Vegas and they got married. Which is when Angie says, yeah, everything starts falling apart. They get back, he moves into her house, and it's just like a hostile corporate takeover.
I wouldn't go to somebody's house to visit if I only knew him for 6
without his
weeks.
approval, and he has these mood swings, she says, that was just unpredictable. She claims that he would just go quiet for days, and then out of nowhere he would go into a fit of anger where he would
Literally.
just berate her constantly for the way she looks, for her capabilities. He would just call her crazy, and sometimes, according to Angie, he would just straight up start physically attacking her.
It did.
Especially once Gracie was born. Angie alleges to her doctors that she found out that Aaron was cheating on her and the family, and he just tells her, yeah, well, I need to have 2 times a day, and that's completely normal.
These are disclosed by the doctor?
These are
You
disclosed
need
by
to
Aaron.
get therapy.
Oh, she said, I told this to my doctor.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I mean, obviously it cannot be disclosed by the doctor because that would be a major HIPAA violation, but
Yeah.
Angie has posted some doctor's reports.
Okay.
But Angie claims that during her sessions with Dr. Fortnell that Angie was diagnosed with PTSD and Aaron was diagnosed with a sex addiction. Do we have the medical records? No. Did Dr. Fortnell tell us? No. In a lawsuit filed by Aaron against Angie, so Solomon v.
Okay.
Solomon, he firmly denies being ever diagnosed as a sex addict, a narcissist, a sociopath, or anything else that he is being accused of. Even when
Okay.
it comes to therapy, clearly one of them is lying about this.
So
Okay.
when did Angie come out with all of these information? Is it lately or this was like 10 years ago?
Lately, yes.
And when did the husband
Lately?
sue Angie, the wife?
Lately.
Mm.
Okay, so
This is before the whole murder plot happened?
Yes,
The murder for hire plot?
maybe this will give you a better continuity. In
Okay.
2013, they have a very contentious divorce. Custody primarily goes to Aaron.
Yeah.
And since 2013, Gracie has been fighting to get the kids back.
Yeah.
They hate each other since 2013, probably for longer than that. And then in 2020,
Oh.
Grant Solomon dies.
Mm.
And this kickstarts a very public round.
Wait,
of
how did he die?
accusations being thrown out of whether or not Aaron Solomon is involved.
Wait, how
in
did-
Grant
how did he
Solomon's
die?
death.
Mm.
And this is when everything comes to a national scale. The allegations of sexual abuse against Gracie have been kind of spurring up before 2020, but they really start blowing up around this time.
Mm. After Grant Solomon, the son, died.
Yes. And this is when Aaron Solomon sues Angie Solomon for defamation
Mm. When did the daughter make the video again?
in 2021.
Mm.
And this lawsuit is more so recent. And then in 2025, Angie was arrested for trying to hire a hitman.
Wow.
So this is, I mean,
This is
more than a decade.
ongoing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Every single person that you ask in Franklin, Tennessee, they seem to have a very different idea, a different opinion about who they think is the lying Solomon. One of
Okay.
Gracie's friends, who's known Gracie since pre-K, she says, well, around the time that the custody battle started, around that time, Gracie gets sent to live with the dad. And suddenly, Gracie is not Gracie. Like, she just starts looking, according to Gracie's friend, quote, tired and began to be very skinny. I noticed that her eyes were just puffy, but as a kid, I just kind of brushed her off as allergies. I would also notice that she had several bruises and other scratches and scrapes almost all the time. I would ask her about this, and the answer was always the same. I fell on the ground. I have only ever been to Aaron's house once, but when I was there, I noticed some strange things. I think we were in the 2nd grade. Gracie had me over for a sleepover, and I noticed there were several dents and other markings on the wall, and that Gracie was very nervous around her dad. As we grew
Could
older,
he be
Aaron would touch
abusive,
Gracie, even
but
if it's
not
just
a
placing
child
his hand on
toucher?
her shoulder, she would flinch a bit, and I could just tell that something was wrong. But as a kid, you didn't know that.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Aaron
That's a bad sign.
argues this is just not true. This is not true in the slightest. And he states he should have known that something like this was going to happen.
So
Aaron
everybody just
claims
lying
that
on your
when he and
name.
Angie got into another one of their arguments back in 2013.
So multiple people
she
just
said
lying on your
something
name.
That he just should have known the flags. She said, quote, and this is according to Aaron, so this is alleged as well.
Okay.
My first husband, I never told him I was going to divorce him. But I'm telling you right now, I'm going to divorce you. It was really weird. Aaron thought it was weird. But then, quote, not
And
long
what does
after
that have to
I
do with
noticed her saying
her
things and
accusing
doing
him?
things that looked like she was trying to make the kids be on her side. He alleges she would accuse him of abusing her in front of the kids. Like, oh, your dad hit me.
Oh.
Now, maybe she did, and maybe it's true, or maybe it's not true, and she's lying to the kids.
Maybe it's true and he hit her.
He says that, for example,
Both can be
after
true.
a
Two
particularly
things can be
brutal
true.
fight where he claims that Angie was getting violent with him,
Oh.
he leaves to help her de-escalate. Next morning, quote,
I believe
she
they
said
beat
in
each
front of
other.
the children that your daddy left in the middle of the night to go sleep
Thanks
with
for
another woman.
subscribing.
I said, Angie, why are you saying that?
Hope
I
that
said,
you
"Why are you
enjoy
saying that to the
being a
kids?" Like, I said,
Vynnsomniac.
do you want me to tell them that I had to leave because you were trying to attack me physically and abuse me? And she said, I only did that in self-defense.
Ooh.
So again, we don't know. It's
Okay.
just like couples therapy, but the worst version ever, amplified by 1,000%. Both Angie and Aaron have completely different stories. It seems like both of them want you to believe their version. You tell me
Okay.
which one makes more sense.
I mean,
Remember how
that's
Gracie
fair
claimed
because one
in her
person
YouTube
is
videos that Aaron
saying
would take upskirt pictures
that
of
the
the boys at
other
homecoming
was
with
lying
their
about
cousins.
abuse and one is
Well,
saying the
Angie
other was
claims
abusing
that Aaron
him.
has
So
a Snapchat.
those are
username
life-ending
being,
allegations.
Who is it, 64? But like, why the hell does he have a Snapchat? Angie claims like
Does he though?
It seems like it. It seems like from the screenshots I've seen, it seems like he has a. But I don't know. I've never been Snapchat. I don't have a Snapchat, but I've never been Snapchatted by him, so I can't confirm.
What kind of
Can you
screenshot
imagine
are we
if he
saying?
had
Okay, so
Snapchatted her?
it was from Grant's phone, and it looked like it was the dad. And then there's also a picture of him shirtless.
Oh,
He took a
that's
selfie
sickening.
Shirtless.
Sickening.
Uh-huh.
And it was like something sexual along the lines of all of your inches want me or something.
Wait, what's the context? He took a Snapchat photo and sent it to somebody.
Yes, but-
Disgusting.
Somebody screenshotted that.
Yes, but it is believed, I think, that this was not sent to a minor.
Okay. Oh, so
Okay,
he was
okay.
talking to another woman and he sent the
Yes.
photo to. Okay, so he does look like there is a Snapchat.
What I will say is,
So
it
he
does
did
look like
do
he has
it,
a
but by
Snapchat,
accident.
In my opinion, I don't know. I've never been Snapchatted by him. It does look like he took a shirtless picture and was maybe hitting on people on Snapchat. He could very well have been sending this to someone of age that is single and does not cross any sort of moral boundary. Or he could have been doing what Angie is claiming he was doing, which was trying to groom underage girls.
Okay.
Angie claims that Aaron would try to talk to high school girls by going to the kids' games, like his own kids' high school games, sports games. And then he would take pictures, and then Angie alleges he would tell the girls, these high school girls, that, hey, I'm going to send you the pictures, just give me your snap. Which I think anyone of a certain age with a Snapchat is a little crazy, especially when you have kids and you have a Snapchat is a little weird.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Also, I don't think that's how you use. Is
just
that
wanted to
how you
move.
use
What the hell?
Snapchat?
I don't think
You
so,
use it to send photos?
I feel like the photos disappear, so why would you want... Do the photos disappear?
Not
Yeah, but,
always.
I
You
mean,
can
I
turn
think
that
the
off.
phone number is weird too, but maybe Instagram.
Instagram is safer.
Yeah, Snapchat is. I don't know, but
Or
I
like
mean,
an email.
I haven't
don't
touched my
know. You're
Instagram
like,
in
you have
months,
kids,
years.
You're
Yeah,
at a
yeah,
school event,
it's weird.
or just like text it to the parents.
Yeah.
That is the
That's
correct
what I
answer.
would do. It's just kind of strange.
No, that's actually really creepy. Imagine like
Yeah.
you're at a sports game, like you're doing this at school, and then a parent's like, "Give me your Snapchat."
Oh, that's terrifying.
That's
yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
That's weird.
But also, I can't imagine the other way. I can't imagine being like, "What's your Snapchat?" to someone that's decades younger
Yeah.
than you is so bizarre.
yeah.
Very bizarre.
I don't
Now, I will
know.
say, it does seem like he has a
My
Snapchat. I
old
don't know
boss
if
used
he's
to
reaching
go
out
up
young
to
girls,
like
or if he's
the
even telling
youngest
them that
girls
he's going
that
to
I
send them
used to work
pictures through
with,
Snapchat, but
and
that is what
he would be
Angie is
like,
claiming.
you gotta
I would
snap, what's your
imagine that
snap?
every single
And he was
resident in
like
Franklin, Tennessee
hitting
has
40.
heard about these
And
different
these were
arguments.
girls who were like
There is even a contentious point about did
barely
Aaron Solomon quit his
18.
job working
Like
as a news anchor,
maybe a day
or was he
over
fired?
18.
Angie claims that Aaron Solomon was more or less forced into
So-
resigning from his position. He was a sports news anchor for Channel 4, and Angie says one day they find inappropriate materials, pictures, videos, NSFW things on his work computer and his work phone.
At
And to
work?
avoid a big, massive scandal with the TV network, they
You need
basically
it at
take him to a
work?
corner and they say, you
You can't wait till you get
They have to
home?
deal with a big fallout for a newscaster being exposed.
Your
for
rocks
cheating
need to
TV
be
violations
off
in
that
the work
bad?
section. That's what Angie says. She
Your
does
boss
later
was a weird
elaborate,
fellow.
claiming that
I
some of
am
these pictures
pretty sure
probably
he
included her, and
constituted a
apparently people
pedo,
from
but
his
he
workplace
did
saw it
everything
and
he
told her
could
that she did
to
not look
just
awake,
barely
insinuating
broach the
that she
age
had
of
been
legal
drugged and
girls.
potentially positioned for these pictures.
Wow.
Like,
Aaron, on the other hand, argues that is not what happened at all. He says
it
he was working in the
just
sports
he
department. They
he
moved
pushed
him to
it
the
with the
morning
age
news
of
segment,
consent
which
as
he
much as
loved.
possible.
He loved telling people
And so
about the
couldn't
weather
nobody
and what
go
was
to
gonna
the
happen
cops
that
and be
day.
like, hey,
But
this is
then,
a
because of
groomer
structural
pedo
changes and new
who
leadership,
keeps
they wanted him back in
convincing girls who are
sport.
just
Felt
now
like
turning
that was a
legal to
promotion of
sleep with
sorts.
him.
And Angie herself even encouraged him to quit and
I
find a
talked
position
about
at a
him
company where
a
he could
little
actually
bit
be
before,
appreciated
especially
for
when
his
I
work.
used to work with him.
Also,
But
Aaron
one of the
argues that
first
he
things
thought it
that
was perhaps a
happened
good
after I
time for
met
him to take
him
some time away
is
from work
that he
because
got
Angie's uneasygoing nature,
a
he
girl
claims, is
who
escalating at this
was
point. That is what Aaron is saying. He
18
states that he was concerned
pregnant
about his
before she
license
was
around
even
2012.
19, and
At
then
one point in 2012,
they lived
Gracie had
together
had
for a
eye
bit,
surgery,
and then
according to Aaron, Gracie starts sleeping in their bed
apparent
after the
one
surgery
of
to
them,
recover.
if not
And
both
then
of them,
Grant
was
starts
cheating or
falling real
something.
sick, and he wants to sleep in their bed
And
too.
yeah,
And so
it,
now
it,
Aaron
it was
and
like
Gracie
over
are
the
both
span
in
of
the
like
bedroom
a
for like
year
9 months.
to
And Aaron
like
is saying, we
not
gotta
like
get
a
the kids
year,
out
but
of here
like
because this isn't
over the
normal,
span
and
of
like
like
they
a
gotta
year
grow
to
up.
2
They
years,
gotta
pretty
they gotta sleep in
much,
their
like
own
a year
rooms.
and a half.
It's not healthy. And Angie is unwilling to do that.
I'm so happy I don't
He
work there
describes
anymore.
that as being reluctant and almost dependent on the children. That's what he says. I'm not sure. I'm not a parent. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. I have no clue.
You
right?
should
But I
never
don't know
depend
if
on your
that's
children. Your
particularly
children
great,
should depend on
spectacular
you.
example of being dependent on the kids, but here we are. Another claim, an example he gives in his lawsuit, and this is one time, Aaron said that he was trying to get fresh bedding for Grant's bed. I guess they're doing sheets. They're washing the sheets, and Aaron is like, I'm going to put the sheets on Grant's bed, the fresh sheets. Just simple task. Angie,
Okay.
however, according to Aaron, gets very mad at him. And she's like, I want to do it. I want to do the sheets. He's like, okay, it's just
Okay.
sheets. You do the sheets then.
Question mark?
He stops. Then all the kids are in the house, and in front of the kids, Angie's doing the sheets, and she's loudly complaining about how she had to go find the sheets. She had to go find the bedding, and now she has to make the bed herself, and nobody wants to help her, and nobody ever does
But
anything.
you wanted
And he claims that
you
he
wanted
was
to
just
do
shocked
that.
because she was the one that told him not
You
to do the
you
sheets. Eventually,
you
Aaron
chose
does
to
get
do
beaten
that.
up because he thinks things are getting better again. But he claims that Angie just started getting upset and reactive to the point where he would come home with paychecks from his new job, and Angie would just start spending them extravagantly. He states one time she went to Dick's Sporting Goods and spent over $1,000 worth of things that nobody needed. He secretly had to go back and return them, and even then she was freaking out. And it's not just that. He claims Angie would just start turning the kids against him and trying to convince the kids that he was abusive. As stated in his lawsuit, Aaron claims that after the divorce, he just wanted Angie to get better mentally. Angie is just constantly criticizing Aaron's parenting to the kids and, quote, mischaracterizing his normal and completely reasonable parenting rules, such as appropriate bedtime and limits on screen time, as controlling and crazy. So he's saying he would make sure that the kids go to bed at a certain time. Then he's saying that Angie would turn around and say, your dad is crazy. I wouldn't do that. No parent does that. That's so controlling and manipulative.
So
That does sound like something a manipulative
details in the
person would
lawsuit.
do.
And the lawsuit is for what?
It's for defamation.
I see.
Yes. Now, Angie's dad, who testifies in court against his own daughter, and we're going to get into all of that. Yeah, Angie's dad takes Aaron Solomon's side. But remember,
But wasn't
Angie
Angie's
said
dad
her
is
child life
abusive
was
and
not
hates
good.
her?
She had to file an order of protection against her own dad as an adult, and now the dad is testifying.
I'm not
with
taking
her
either side because they
ex-husband,
both bad
who
people.
She is saying is also
I'm not on the
abusive,
wife's
so
side either.
Wow.
it's very
But if
complicated.
he really
Yeah.
did
This is
touch
the dad.
kids, then I think
He
that
claims
he
that
should
Angie
get the
would
death
convince the kids that their father was
penalty
being
and
unreasonable and unfair because of
penalty.
all of these things that she would
And
come up with new
you know,
plans,
she
new
shouldn't
allegations.
go to jail for just
Angie's
being a
dad
bad
says that
person.
She would just start going around telling everyone that Aaron told.
Because honestly, I would put a hit out on any man who touches a
He
kid.
never did that.
Let me find
Is
it.
what he's claiming.
I'd do it myself.
Angie would
Shit.
say, he took the kids away from me, and then he told
Any woman,
so the kids
any
are
man,
traumatized, they think that
I don't give a
fuck. Dead.
Leave kids alone.
But I'm not
Disgusting
dead,
little freak.
That's what she's saying. The other side is saying, we never told them that they're dead. But Gracie's saying, I thought my mom was dead.
Okay.
Aaron and his side, which includes Angie's parents and her sister, they say that the allegations are obviously very serious, but they say it's not true. They say that Aaron allegedly essaying his daughter Gracie, allegations that Aaron would control their food intake. So Angie was telling people that Aaron was obsessed with them being sports, like athletes. He would control their food intake, make sure that they were emaciated, perfect for performance. And
Okay, well, that can be
even
proved by a doctor
randomly
visit.
just
Is
control their
she
bathroom
suffering from
habits.
malnutrition?
If you had to use the restroom, you would have to do it in the allotted specific time of the day. If you don't, you cannot use the restroom. If you
Okay.
don't have to go number 2, for example, in that time period from 3 to 4 p.m., you can't ever use the restroom until 3 to 4 p.m. the next day.
Now, does Aaron
Now
deny those
that's
as well?
gonna give kidney failure.
He denies everything.
He denies everything.
He said this never happened.
Yeah.
A
And-
doctor's
and he
visit
is
can solve
brainwashed
that.
By the mother? Is that what he's?
Gracie is brainwashed by the mother?
Gracie,
Yes, he's saying that Gracie is brainwashed by the mother.
How old
Take
is Gracie now?
the kid to a
She
doctor.
should be 18 now.
Huh. But this happened like when she was a teenager or younger.
This was happening when she was young. 2013, she's young.
She's young. Wow.
Yeah. Aaron claims that not only is Angie out here making these really big, despicable claims of abuse, but also, according to his lawsuit, he claims that Angie would bizarrely allege other forms of abuse. Quote, she complained to a close friend that Mr. Solomon had abused the children by taking them to swim in a motel pool while visiting a relative.
That's it?
That's it. Just like taking them to a motel pool was abusive. Is what he's claiming.
Not the
Angie
motel
allegedly
pool, not the Motel 6.
But at least in the early stages of this marriage, nothing is as contentious as what happened in the shower on May 9th, 2013.
Oh, God.
Depending on who you ask, the shower incident is going to sound vastly different. If you ask Aaron Solomon, he will say, it is the day that Angie tried to self-exit. If you ask Angie, she's going to tell you, it's the day that Aaron Solomon tried to kill her. Aaron says, that
Okay,
night,
well, I can
it
see
was
why
just
that'd
the
be
two of them in the
contentious.
living
You
room.
tried to kill me. No, I
Angie's
didn't.
not happy, but what's new? He says he doesn't even remember what Angie is mad about. In the Solomon house, arguments are naturally occurring at any given moment. He's sitting there listening to Angie, and he claims just out of nowhere, she throws out a quick little, I'm going to end it. I've been thinking about it. I know how to do it, and I know what I'm going to do. And she just allegedly calmly walks out of the living room into the primary bedroom where both Grant and Gracie have fallen asleep in the primary bedroom, in the parents' bed. Aaron claims clearly
This sounds
is
fucked
making him
up.
worried because why is she walking in there after she just said this? She walks in, she locks the bedroom door. Then he can hear her walking into the bathroom, locking the bathroom door. So he says, quote, it took a couple of minutes to get through both sets of doors. When I opened the second door into the bathroom, I couldn't believe it. She had wrapped the hairdryer cord. So I guess a blow dryer, the cord, the electrical cord, around her neck 3 to 4 times. And the hairdryer was like resting there. And the other part, she was like plugged in. It was attached to the shower head. Honestly, I was trying to map it out in my head.
That don't make no
Oh,
damn
she
sense.
tied one end to the shower head.
Yes. And she was slumped at the bottom of the shower. And I immediately could tell that she had not snapped her neck. Her hands were turning purple though. Her face was turning red. And so I immediately undid it, the rope or the cord, and it took maybe 3 to 4 minutes for her to come to. She was breathing, she had a pulse. I got a cold cloth, I rubbed it on her head, and I tried to get her to come to. When she came to, she became semi-violent.
How long is
She
this
pushed me,
cord?
Get away from me. She kicked at me. Don't try to help me.
We ain't
She
got
went
no
to the
police
living room Where
records?
she proceeded to get violent with me. And
You ain't
said
called
that
the
she was
cops
going
for her
beat
trying
the
to
hell out of me for the next 2.5
herself?
hours until the kids woke up. She
You let
proceeded
her
to
beat
attack
you for
me,
2 hours
tried
and
to
didn't
hit
call the
me,
police?
Scratch me, pull me, all of that. At that time, I tried to defend
You didn't
myself.
go to the
I tried
hospital?
myself
What is
and
these
tried to
people's
defend myself
allergy to
from
doctors and the
I got in car,
hospital?
I drove to Kroger, which is roughly about 3
You know what would be
blocks
able to
down
prove
West
all
Martin
this?
Road.
A hospital
Yes,
record.
I never hit her, never struck her. I've defended myself physically. I tried to keep her away from me a number of times, but that's it. He doesn't immediately call 911
Listen,
that night
there's
because he
a
says
reason
he
that
didn't
it
have sick
sounds
kids, which is really
suspicious to me, right? And I I need to know what hair dryer she's using specifically to make it make more sense to me, because it's like every hair dryer I've ever had, right? Every hair dryer I've ever had wasn't like short enough for that. Hair dryer cords are like, I don't know, at least like 6 feet. Maybe it's not long enough, is what I'm saying. But like, for her to wrap it around multiple times and then also put it up to the top of a shower. And I've never had a shower that was like, I don't know, like shorter than at least like 6 feet up or something. Right? It wouldn't, like, am I tripping? I feel gaslit. I feel gaslit. Like, it makes me want to go measure how far up my shower head is, because I can't think of a shower head that's gonna be long enough, that's gonna be high enough up, and a cord that's gonna be long enough on a hair dryer, unless it's got an extension cord on it, in which case an extension cord would be too long for what she's trying to do, because you need some tension, right, to choke you, or else it's gonna be slack, so it has to be tight. But for it to be tight, then she would have had to have some extra length there.
Sagery, Admoku the Magi said, yeah, those things only need a few feet of cord.
I just every hairstyle, every hair dryer I'm thinking about is either too long or too short, right? Like, it's nowhere in between. It's too long, too short, and nothing else. Sorry, I guess I didn't realize that it wasn't capturing my face, so I'm gonna go ahead and fix that while I'm here. And then, like, if she's suffocated to the point where her fingers are turning like purple, right? Like she's got no oxygen and it takes her some minutes to come through, she would still be disoriented, right? She wouldn't just get up and immediately be able to start beatboxing his ass for like 2 hours, 3 hours. And if it took him a couple minutes to get through the door, how many minutes is he quantifying as like a couple? If she didn't snap her neck, like suffocating kind of takes like a long time. Like it's not a short process. It takes a while. It would take a solid like 15, 20 minutes, I think, of like consistent pressure around her neck, assuming that she's really not moving. She would have to be awake the whole time too for this. Just to clarify, she needs to be awake for that, right? And so it's like, sorry, it's, and then he just let her beat him up for 2 hours. At no point did he call the cops. He didn't call the cops when she locked herself in the room with the kids. She could have been drowning them kids in the bathtub. I would call the cops. He didn't call the cops.
Sagery, Admoku the Magi said, plus extra time to set all that up.
Yeah. Fucking, he didn't call the cops when she was in the bathroom by herself after saying that she wanted to end her own life, even knowing the kids are in there. And the kids didn't wake up for any of this, so that's really a miracle. But then he didn't call the cops when he got in and he saw her fingers turning purple, which at that point, she's probably doing some sort of brain damage to herself. No? Get her to a hospital. Then he didn't call the cops After trying to resuscitate her, or while trying to resuscitate her, in case she actually died and they needed to pick up a body, he just let that. He was just like, okay, whatever. Then he didn't call the cops while she was trying to get her bearings about her, while she was out for 3 or 4 minutes, which would imply, right, that she's having some trouble getting oxygen. She's gonna need a doctor. Then he didn't call the cops while she. These people are allergic to the cops. The other way is probably gonna piss me off too. Because what do you mean he tried to kill you and you didn't call the cops? You gonna piss me off. No matter whose story it is, they both just stupid. Just dumb. Just ignorant. Just absolutely mindless behavior.
Thing, because he also just like leaves the kids with Angie in this allegedly heightened emotional state. But I'm not a parent. I just thought that was weird. He argues that it's because, quote, she was getting loud. I was really worried that the kids were going to wake up and see this, and that's why I left. So he's saying, like, if I just excuse myself, I know that she's not going to hurt the kids.
She just tried to...
I don't know. I just feel like you can never be too sure.
Hey, so you shouldn't leave people who just tried to themselves by themselves, maybe.
Angie presents the story
with the kids
differently. She says it was another one of those nights. Aaron's eyes are yellow. Yeah, his eyes get yellow when he is very upset. He's the one freaking out. He's getting mad. He's starting another fight, which is very common. It's one of those nights, and she says, quote, he started chasing me. They were fighting in the living room, and Angie says he chases her. So she's running as fast as she can, and she runs into the primary bedroom where the kids are asleep. She locks the door. She runs into the primary bathroom and, quote,
calls the cops.
The wire around my neck. She says he's simultaneously pushing her down while pulling the rope up, like the wire around.
So did he break down the door? Because how'd he get in?
She said, I knew based on prior experience, if I could yell his name loud enough, you know, sometimes he would snap out of it, come back to reality. So that's what I was doing. I was screaming his name over and over again. Angie says,
and not clawing at the thing around your neck. How are you screaming when you being choked out?
Says, quote,
you cannot scream when you're being choked out, gang.
But it wasn't the only time that I had survived an attack on my life. It was the first time that I had seen that personality, and that thing was going to.
So instead of trying to do any sort of defensive action, you're screaming his name right behind him while he's choking you out, which he indubitably cannot hear you.
According to Angie, his attempt at killing Angie
undoubtedly
is because their son Grant woke up and came into the bathroom. Which, okay, Aaron is claiming that Angie tried to self-exit and freaked out on him when he saved her.
Well, what does Aaron say?
Aaron didn't kill her and only stop when.
What does the son say?
So why can't you just ask Grant Solomon which version is true? Because in 2020, Grant Solomon mysteriously.
That's right. He's dead. Oh my God.
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Well, why don't we ask the important? Why did neither of these people call the cops?
Kardashian, Naomi Watts, Niecy Nash-Betts, Tiana Taylor, with Sarah Paulson and Glenn Kloss, a team of female divorce attorneys leave a male-dominated firm to open their own powerhouse.
No proof, no evidence, or nothing.
Fierce, brilliant,
not even pictures of the marks around her neck.
High-stakes breakups, scandalous secrets, and shifting allegiances, both in the courtroom and with.
I don't think the mark would be as bad as she was trying to, as opposed to him violently strangling her with it. So like,
don't just play the game.
No pictures of the mark or nothing. You didn't take a photo. It's 2013. We have phones.
Now streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply.
It's just so upsetting to me.
July 2020. Grant had just turned 18 like a month ago, and he is a star baseball player, which means colleges are already calling. And his dad, a former sports newscaster,
would have been the same age as me if he was alive.
Which is why they're driving an hour away to this warehouse-turned-practice location. It's called the Ward Performance Institute in Gallatin, Tennessee. It is now closed. It's like a windowless warehouse-style gym. I imagine that's where like a boot camp gym style would be. It looks cool. The inside looks great. Very well done. But it has that hardcore energy to it. And you're just there to focus on baseball and nothing else. It has been debated whether or not Grant and Aaron had an appointment that day. But if it is true, then it would have been at 9 a.m. At this point,
because the place is closed?
Are living with Angie. it's like back and forth custody.
But
They're
wouldn't the
constantly
police
fighting
have
over the
asked or
kids.
no?
At this
Because it
point,
was
the kids are living with Angie.
the way he
So
died.
Grant is driving separately to meet with his dad, Aaron, both at this 1 hour away practice location.
Why is it debated if there was appointment?
Both
See.
parties argue. So Aaron Solomon and his side argue that there was an appointment, and that's why they went, and they were actually early to their appointment, so they had some time in the parking lot. Angie and her side argue, no, we found out that they don't have an appointment, but the center is now closed, so no one can really, and I don't even think that they would disclose.
What?
So
I
no
feel
one
like that's such
knows.
an easy thing to
Yeah.
get an answer. What?
So it's been debated.
Yeah.
According to Angie, Grant really did not want to go to Gallatin that morning. He was not feeling well. He had just recovered from COVID. His lungs weren't doing great. He just didn't even want to overexert himself and make it worse for his performance later on. But alas, he's going. I mean, whether
I got
that's
tummy
self-motivated
rumbling
and not
sounds.
wanting
Next
to
time it
disappoint
does it,
himself,
I'm
or
gonna
maybe it's
give
not
you
wanting to
tummy
disappoint
rumble
his dad,
ASMR.
or he just wanted to go. I don't know. It's unclear.
I'm so sorry. Notes on the appointment.
Yes.
It was debated, right?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't there be some kind of record, like some kind of text message or email or something, or?
Yeah, I will say that there's so much online, but especially with this particular incident,
All right.
everything
Tell me
feels
ASMR it
like
is.
you see one thing online and you see documentation and you feel like, oh, that looks very legit, but then the other party is like, that's absolutely not legit, and that's not what happened.
Okay.
So everything, it's like no one can agree, so we can't even be sure that things are certain.
stop.
Even the police reports of this incident of Grant's death are pretty sparse. There's like not a lot of public police reports, and they're very thin, very thin.
Is this strange?
I was
It is
overestimating the
strange
police
because
once
we couldn't
again.
FOIA it. We couldn't get a FOIA request.
Forever
Now,
shitty up their
typically,
job.
whatever you can find online for public police reports are very slim compared to when you get a FOIA request. And then you have a typically more dense police report. Sometimes you can get the court reporter to give you court transcripts, and then you get like a better picture. This, it's like so thin. And they're being released.
I don't like the way
by
she said
potentially
it.
parties involved.
So it can be more specific, selective.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just really tricky.
Okay. Okay.
Now, Grant drives up to the parking lot, parks next to his dad. And then 10 minutes later, Aaron Solomon is calling 911, stating in a very strange tone that his son is trapped, pinned under his truck. His own truck, Grant's own truck.
Huh?
He is now under his own truck. And he can't get out.
How does that happen if they're in the parking lot just chilling?
My son's truck backed over him, and it's rolled over him and dragged him into
The
ditch,
truck
and it's on top
itself
of it.
backed over him?
He's trapped under the truck, and
The
Yeah.
truck by itself backed over him?
Drug him underneath it. Yes, my son is under it.
Like maximum overdrive, the truck came alive and backed.
It's almost like he's talking to someone that's also present at the scene. Now, the operator is asking him, okay, what's your name? My name is Aaron Solomon. Okay, how old is the male?
He's 18. He just turned 18 a couple weeks, about a month ago.
No, I know you lying.
Oh my God.
I know you lying.
Is he awake? Can
Oh,
he
please
talk to
hurry.
you?
I don't know. I don't think so. He's not.
Why is he so calm about it? Oh, please
alert,
hurry.
right? No, he's out.
I don't mean to bother you, but could you just put a rush on coming to save my son?
Under the truck.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, it's very strange. It seems vague. It's interesting because, you know, she says he's not alert, right? Which would imply that he should be checking on him, but it sounds like he's not the one confirming. So it sounds like he's not the one visually seeing that his son is not alert. He's getting this information from someone else at the scene, but he's at the scene.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah,
If
he's
this
so
is your son,
confused.
You should be okay.
You should be under the truck,
Yeah.
but he's not. And his voice is, a lot of people say, eerily calm.
That's what I'm saying. He just chilling.
This is not good. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Was your son
He sounds like somebody trying to learn how to act
Question.
Yeah.
upset.
Lack of direct communication in times of panic. I mean, I get it. It's
Like act
understandable, but
upset.
You also have to see that it's very vague.
Oh my
what he's
God.
putting to the operator. Grant.
Oh my
ended up
God.
under his truck. We don't know how. No.
Oh my
no,
God.
No. He was just getting out of it. So he was.
The truck rolled over him?
Getting out of the truck.
We're on a
He was
grapevine, and
he
I
was
can't
getting
get
out and the
out
truck
of
rolled on
dark
him.
or something, or it
Or
was
something.
or- Oh my God. Oh
Is
my
your
God, I
son
can't believe
still
this.
not responding?
Listen, I'm not saying that he did it, but bro has a terrible way of communicating a panic situation.
My units en route to you. I'm just asking you questions for
The 911 operator has more emotion in their voice than he does in this moment.
Huh?
Where you been?
Somebody's telling me that he's coming too.
Okay.
Maybe.
I'm really not saying he has anything to do with it. He just,
So he.
I don't know, he
Well,
just
yeah,
a
he can't move.
nonchalant
I
dreadhead
don't
or
think
something.
he can move. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think
No,
he
he
can
can't
move.
move. He's trapped.
Okay, we got somebody en route. Now, when he wakes up, he might
I'm
be
telling him,
scared.
man.
Then somebody
I'm
just get
telling
down
him.
there and talk to him.
Yeah, somebody talked to him. Shit. There's blood. Is he facing up or down? He's facing up. They said he can't operate. I need to hurry.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
You know what that
That's such
sounded
a
like?
Weird call.
It's such a bizarre.
I have to show you what this sounded like to me for a second. Jeez, oh my god, hey, could you just could you stop it for a second? I'm on the phone. Yeah, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Didn't I just tell you to stop, man? This is so distressing. Like my life is, we were just chilling and I didn't expect any of this to happen. Calm down. I will get with you in a second. How could this, like, bitch, he turned around and side noted his emotions to ask the question, is he facing up or down? And surely if you saw him get sucked under the car.
Sounds like Willy Wonka in that meme, no stop, come back.
Oh my gosh, you're so right. You're so right. It's just so unconvincing, you know? I just have never been convinced of anything less in my life. I have heard like teenage pranks with more emotion in them. Great, you can see how bad my internet is.
So does he have blood coming out of his mouth?
Yeah, there's blood coming out. Yeah, somehow it drug him down, I think. I don't know whether it wasn't.
Why he sounds speculative?
It didn't engage the brake or
Bro,
it drug him underneath.
you
somehow.
cannot make this shit. It drug him underneath somehow.
They said he's facing up.
Okay.
But he's
Bro,
bleeding
look for
from his
yourself.
mouth. So, Grant, turn your face to the side if you can, barely, but be careful.
Don't move him, okay?
I'm sorry. I really can't. This is the first bit of police evidence we have, and this man is watching his son die, and with all of the emotion of trying to figure out how to start up a new grill, he's talking about some Grant, turn your head to the side if you can, okay? That's the same kind of attitude my family would be giving me if we were trying to take a family photo. Vin, can you just stand to the side for a second? Like, Vin, face your head this way, okay? If this man is trying to stay calm, he succeeded. This is the calmest, most nonchalant 911 call I'd never had. He could just straight say anything else in that sentence and it would be perfectly normal. Is blood coming out of his mouth? Yeah, he's bleeding from his mouth. Listen, I got a drink with my mistress at 5. Can we get this over with? Like, bro does not want to be having this conversation. In which case, it would. Is he calling because other people are there?
That provides no context. So I am going to try to give you as much context as possible after telling you about this 911 call. The training facility is located on a hill. So it's right off a pretty busy road. I was looking at like the Google Earth view and stuff, and it doesn't seem like a middle of nowhere road, which is intriguing later when you see all of the facts of this case. It's a road, then you turn right. I would imagine you turn right. And it's up this hill. It looks steep. It's a cement little pathway up the hill onto the little parking lot. It's
We
not
had
even a
houses
parking
or
lot. There's
buildings
no
like that in
parking lot
Alabama.
lines.
Sagely,
It's
add
just
to
a
the
few
Magazette
spaces you
that's
can
the same
park
level of emotion
on
you'll have
this
if you're
hill,
asking
and
if
there's
the
this
picture on
warehouse
the
on
wall
top.
is level.
It looks like it's in a more industrial
Literally.
part of the neighborhood. It doesn't look like this very cutesy Barry's boot camp, Soul Cycle type of facility. It looks like you go there just to train for baseball, and that's it. You're not here for a smoothie next door. This is a facility. There's no windows. There's just this garage door that is down at the time and a small black door that has no windows that you can enter through. It's very efficiently done. I mean, no part of this facility was done for aesthetics. Even the parking area. Only half of the parking area is cement. The other part is grass. So you have this strip going up. And on the sides of the strip of cement are just grass and rocks, like giant rocks. I would say they're like watermelon sized. Some of them are fist sized. A lot of them are grapefruit to watermelon size. Watermelon is pretty big. That maybe there's like 1 or 2 watermelon size, maybe more grapefruit size. But they're pretty jagged rocks. They don't look like pebbles or stones. They don't look like someone bought them and put them there. They look like they were
Okay.
So you got all these rocks and then grass on the side. And then once you get past this little driveway, then you just have a little strip of concrete and you can park.
I swear I used to pass
It
a
makes
building
sense
like
that
this.
they would not get rid of the grass or the rest of the hill because you couldn't even really park there because of the way that the incline is done. It just wouldn't be feasible. So they did it just where you can actually park. If you want to be very simplistic about it, parking lot is on
Min-maxing a
hill.
building.
There is a ditch at the bottom of the hill with big rocks. That's as simple as it gets. Now,
Okay.
the ditch in pictures sometimes looks short, but videos of people who have gone out there, they say if you stand at the bottom of the ditch where the rocks are and you stand up tall, it's maybe about like 5 feet 3 inches tall.
The ditch is
Ooh.
5 feet tall, so you're basically in the ditch.
You're in the ditch.
Interesting.
Like, I think it would be pretty hard to climb out of that ditch unless you walk to the sidewalk and then walk up the cement pathway, the driveway.
Okay, I
Because
see.
it's just grass.
I see.
Just rocks and grass.
I see.
Now, the medical report states that when emergency personnel get to the scene, they find an 18-year-old man lying on his back on large rocks in a ditch. He is underneath the front of the truck, between the two front.
Wait. Is this like a recreation of the photos or is this like the photos of the crime scene? Because didn't he say he left it like at a park or in neutral or something and it rolled down? How the hell it rolled down and be forward facing in the ditch? You get my drift? And if it did like roll forward and he was sitting in the front, then how did it roll back on his feet or on his legs unless he got out and got in the front of the car? But even then, just his foot would be stuck, right? Because his car has a lip in the front. Like, did he get out, stand in front of the car, and then the car hit him? That's the only way he could be pulled under. When they were talking about it, I thought they were parked on the incline and then the car rolled back down, like down the hill. And that would make more sense. I don't know how it would get stuck on him if that was the case. Like he was standing on the hill and then the tire rolled over his foot and pulled him under if it was rolling backwards. But this makes less sense than what I was thinking. Because it's forward in the ditch. How did it slide back and end up forward? This is like some Happy Wheels level physics that I got going in my head, but maybe I'm just stupid. Hold on. We'll get the video back up and going. Sorry.
Front tires. So his head, he's facing up.
No, he was in the ditch.
His head is in between the two front tires. So his feet are facing the street.
That's not
but the
fucking
trunk is
possible.
facing the facility. The medical report states the weight of the vehicle was supported by the wheels and was not being exerted upon onto the patient. So it's not like the car is crushing him. This is very important, meaning Grant is laying on his back on the rocks in the ditch. His truck is on top of him, but it's not suffocating him. It's not crushing him. Technically, if he were uninjured, he could maybe crawl out of there. I don't know if he would because of the rocks being jagged, but maybe he could if it was flat land. Upon initial impression, patient is noted to be unresponsive, but breathing, and is noted to have some bleeding from the scalp, nose, and ears. Primary assessment is limited due to inability to access the patient. Patient is with no obvious deformities upon assessment, although assessment is limited. Detailed assessment findings are as noted previously. So they're able to move the truck off of Grant, rush him to the hospital, but he is pronounced dead. And so now everyone has so many questions.
Yeah, me too.
It was cardiac arrest, actually.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, so even just looking at the picture of Grant's car in the ditch, it doesn't feel right. Even the 911 call, netizens say it's very freaky. Like, why does the dad sound so cold? Why does he sound so distant? One comment reads, he sounds as concerned as somebody ordering a pizza delivery. Like, somebody, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Another person comments, we need to hurry. That's what the dad said. Yet he isn't there to help him. Why isn't he near his son? Also, the part where he's like, Grant, if you can, move your head to the side.
Grant, turn your face to the side if you can, barely, but be careful.
That sounds a little...
Bro sounds like he's giving instructions on how to hang something, like a painting.
Actual heck, I can hold my hand on my heart and swear on the Holy Bible wild horses would not be able to stop me from trying to help my child. He is not the least bit bothered. No emotion in his voice, no words of comfort to his son, nothing.
Literally.
However, some people are defending Aaron. Some people write, conspiracy theorists are so funny to me. The dad is not calm here at all. He's trying to stay in control and communicate. You people are all so crazy. Not everyone is a sexual abuser. Not every female tells the truth. Which I feel like that part, I mean, you can be on Aaron's side. We don't know what happened, but also like...
Listen, let's not pretend two things can be true, right? He cannot be a sexual abuser and she could be crazy and lying on his name, and he could have a completely inappropriate reaction to his son being lying in a ditch in front of him, right? And that's fine. Even if he has nothing to do with the death of his son, it's okay if he reacted a little different. Like, some people just have off reactions to stuff. I, for one, laugh cry. Like, I smile when I'm crying.
Temperament video said that line was wild with no context.
Oh my god, is that who I think it is? It is! Oh my god! Hi! I haven't seen you in so long. Oh my gosh. Hey, stranger. It's so nice to see that you're doing all right. We're watching this case where a woman tried to hire a hitman to kill her husband because she said that her husband was sexually abusing their daughter. But the husband denies that and says that the wife was crazy, and they have this oldest son who kind of witnessed some parts of the truth and would be able to tell the truth. But he's passed away under these very strange, admittedly once in a lifetime freak accident circumstances. Not saying that they can't happen, just saying that it's some once in a lifetime time shit. The truck rolled down the hill, landed front forward in the ditch, and the sun just happened to be all the way under the truck. Like, it didn't even it didn't even get crushed by the truck. The truck, honestly, the position that he landed in, that shit would have had to fall on top of him from the sky. It was playing like God Simulator, bro. Because what do you mean his arms were sitting out but didn't get crushed? Did he get pulled up under there and then put his arms out? And then apparently he died of cardiac arrest, which I guess I would die of cardiac arrest too if I just witnessed an act of God. Bro. That's like some once in a lifetime, just crazy stuff. But yes, hi. So nice to see you. So happy you're here. All right, let's keep going.
I need to know about the commentator, but not every female tells the truth. Horrible accident, but it happens 210 times a year. This exact same thing. Victims are always between 18 to 23. As a mom, it's a very sad tragedy, but it's very disturbing how the internet thinks it's both the judge and the jury. And this dad is not calm at all. As a parent, he's frantically trying to control himself. I will say, there was someone in my hometown that had actually was in a very similar accident when I was really young. This was like childhood times, but car ran over. Car parked on a hill, was not engaged in park, and it ended up killing him. But with that one, there were no conspiracies. There were no whispers around town. It was very clear it was an accident. Like, it was very clear what happened. There were no allegations. There were not even like little bits of people being like, oh, that was weird. Like, you remember that? No one talks about it, but it was weird. Don't you think it was weird? It was devastating and it was a lot, but there was no there was no contention. There was no discourse around the events.
Yeah.
There was more discourse on like, how can we prevent this from happening to others? But this is weird.
Okay, question. Who was there?
Exactly. Aaron
Oh,
says
God.
that there were 3 witnesses that were there that were helping him talk to Grant, that were surveying, and they briefly were assessing if they can try to take the car or the truck off of Grant. One of the employees that eventually comes out of the facility, they didn't see anything. Also, there's no security cameras.
Dude.
There's no security cameras in this facility. There's no street cameras. So one of the employees...
There's
that
no
comes out of the
cameras?
building
They
later
just
on
ain't got no
says, I believe,
cameras?
after the 911 call, they say that they saw 3 witnesses that were there, and they were wearing like construction vests. But by the time that the police get there, the witnesses are gone.
You're kidding me.
They don't give their statement, and they have not come forward to this day to say, oh yes, I was there, and let me tell you what I saw.
Oh my God.
That is wild.
It's wild. It's weird.
That is wild.
Strange.
Who are these people?
We don't know.
What did Aaron say?
That they were just passerbys, and then, yeah.
He ain't get no names, no license plates, nothing.
On the 911 call, Aaron is clearly talking to somebody, and then even the worker at the baseball facility stated that he saw 3 people wearing the construction vest, and then just gone.
And nobody got
We don't know.
any
We
sort
don't
of
know their side of the story.
identifiers?
They're not really even mentioned in the police reports. The
Okay.
workers in the facility, they didn't see anything. I mean, by the time that they come out, they see the scene as is. They don't see how it happened. They don't see anything. They don't even see them arriving. They saw nothing. And according to a police report, Aaron's statement is given, and he says, my son Grant and I pulled into the parking lot separately, parked side by side. I was still in my car, but I noticed my son get out of his car to get his baseball gear out of the back of his truck.
Okay.
I went down to check a work email, and the next thing I know, I hear and see the truck rolling backwards into the ditch. I get out of my car to try and find my son.
Backwards.
I saw that he was trapped underneath the truck and immediately called 911.
I'm confused.
This version would indicate that Grant either goes to the back seat of his car or the trunk of his car to get his baseball gear, presumably. But the car malfunctions or was not in park to begin with. And
Oh my God. It's upsetting me. It's upsetting me, right? So if he was facing the back of the car and it rolled over him, why is his head at the front of the car? Why is his head at the front of the car? Shouldn't his head be at the feet of the car? Assuming that it didn't roll over his arms because he had him flat and it just pushed him down the hill under the car, and the car landed all the way, like flew over the ditch, and he landed in the bottom of the ditch and the car landed on top of him. Why is he not, like, why is his head not facing towards the trunk? Why is his head facing towards the engine? Because in this scenario where he's being pulled under the car, he's being pulled under feet first.
Sagery, Admoku the Magi said that's a good point. It doesn't add up. The only thing I could think is that it flipped him over himself.
but then his spine would have energy. His spine would have injuries.
Sagery, at Brandon_no-name said the way he was positioned and the way he's saying it rolled makes no damn sense.
No, it doesn't. He would have had to been knocked backwards, done a flip, and then pulled under the car. But I doubt it was rolling with enough momentum to knock him hard enough for him to flip. Unless it knocked him down, he rolled down the hill, landed like head up, and then the car rolled down the hill and landed on top of him. Oh my god, it don't make any sense. It pissed me off.
Dragging Grant with the car before he falls into the ditch, hits his head on the rocks, and the car lands on top of him. There's variations of some people think that he was dragged.
Yeah, he's saying the car went backwards.
Down the parking lot. Some people think that he was like using force to push the back of the truck, but then it's forcing his feet to move back.
That would make sense, but
none of them make sense, and I'm not like a physics girl.
Okay. Hold on. Him trying to push the car makes the most sense for why he would have, like, if his foot slipped and he landed tummy first on the ground, and I don't know if he rolled over or what, but if his foot slipped and he landed tummy first on the ground while trying to push the car forward and it dragged him under, that is the scenario that makes the most sense right now. Also, if he was turned around trying to push the car with the back of his body, like with his legs, and his feet slipped and he went like head first down, that would also make sense. But I think that he would have some sort of head injury from hitting his head on the tailgate of those types of trucks. That makes sense. I accept that answer to some degree.
I've never been a STEM girly, but I don't know how that works. I feel like I imagine a Toyota Tacoma coming down. I mean, I guess I could try to ask someone, an expert, about it. I don't know who I would ask. Does anyone know, right? But if you were to come down with a Toyota Tacoma, I'm imagining that car is 6,000 pounds. That's a guesstimate. It would have to be coming pretty fast, no?
No, not necessarily at the beginning. The beginning will be a slow roll.
But then eventually it's fast, correct?
Yeah.
No, if it's like jagged, like there's a lot of friction, but it will be moving. It will be moving, and
do you think that someone could
stop it?
Or like have it slowly?
That I don't know. I don't even know what it looks like in my mind right now. But I think if 6,000 pound is emotion, like if it's decide to, go down emotion, that means it's not gonna be easy.
Because even that point is contentious. A lot of people think it makes more sense that he was knocked down by the car and then dragged down the parking lot and then dragged into the ravine, because they're saying 6,000 pounds. There's no way you can try to even.
Well, the main issue is that the reports say that he didn't have any injuries except for a couple of like cuts. If he was dragged like that, like and the cuts were like all on his like back, in the back of his head or something like that. If he was dragged like that, his skin would be scraped, or he would have like road burn, like minimum road burn from like going down like the pavement. He would probably be he would show more signs of being dragged on a road, ranging from like minor scrapes and burns to all the way like having something twisted, broken, degloved, something like that, right? But he just apparently he doesn't have any other injuries. I'm like, I'm trying to come up with something in my head, right? But it's just okay, it doesn't want to work. My thing doesn't want to work. It doesn't want to pick up my face, right? Um, but yeah, I'm trying to come up with something, but it's all just nothing. I got nothing on what caused him to, or what would have caused him to do that. But let's all ignore this, everything else for a second. Under this man's care, one of his kids became socially withdrawn and scared of contact with other people, and the other one died. Excluding everything the ex-wife said about him being all of these other things, excluding the CSAM allegations, excluding the abuse allegations, he's a terrible parent at best. Like someone who should never have or be around kids at best. Because what the hell you mean that an 18-year-old died under your care, and then another kid was showing signs of becoming withdrawn and distant and being unhealthy, just off of the friend saying that she was displaying signs of being afraid of physical touch and everything like that. That's a red flag, no? At very least, you're just a bad parent. You're just a bad fucking parent, and you shouldn't be around kids. So,
Stop it.
slowly walk it down into the ditch.
Oh, that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Walking it down, that's crazy.
Not walking it down, but still standing upright.
Oh, go down with the
Yeah.
truck at the same time
Yes.
as you're standing.
Yes. Then people are saying it makes more sense that he was dragged across the pavement. But there's no blood on the pavement. There's no indication of anyone hitting the pavement. There's nothing on the pavement.
I see.
You only start seeing blood on very select rocks around where Grant's head supposedly landed.
I mean, he could stumble back really quickly and just stumble, and then.
So that's the first point of contention. And if it's just one point, I think it's fine. I think it's something that a lot of times unexplainable things do happen. But when it's multiple points that are up for debate, it starts feeling a little bit fishy. So that's the first fishy point. The second fishy point that doesn't make sense is that according to various people, when they arrive at the scene, that car was in park. These are just people on the internet, mainly from Angie and Angie's side. Perhaps one of the construction workers put it in park to make it more secure. We don't know because we don't know who they are. Perhaps it was always in park and the car malfunctioned, or perhaps it was never in park and we don't know because the police reports don't specify. But it has been widely reported that the car was in park by the time that the police get there. Which, if that's the case, can't you prove it by getting the car's black box and figuring out what went wrong? Did the car malfunction?
Did the car have a black box?
Well, Aaron apparently declines to have this car forensically analyzed. Grant's car is not forensically analyzed to figure out what happened. It is very, 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 very unlikely that the car would be in park and still roll down the hill like that, wouldn't it? Others argue that
so suspicious.
the car was never in park, but that doesn't make sense because if the car was never in park, Grant would not have time to get out of the car and then get behind the car in a way that it would roll him down and drag him.
You are so
You're
right.
saying it's gonna go down so much quicker?
Yes.
Yeah, it would probably go down.
It's on a
the
slope.
driver's seat.
Right. Immediately when he steps out, the car's already
Yes.
going down.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even get behind the car. Is what
No.
you're saying.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
So then it doesn't make sense that the car was never in park. But if the car is in park and it's still rolled down, that doesn't make sense either. And you know what doesn't make more sense about that is I do think that, listen, I don't know what Aaron Solomon is, but if I had to take a personal gander, a personal guess, he seems a little litigious. He seems like he would like to sue someone. I think he would sue the shit out of Toyota is what I'm saying. I think that if he knew that the car was in park and it still rolled down the hill, I think that he would get his black box analyzed and he would sue the shit out of Toyota.
Wait, that is such a good point.
That is my opinion. I don't know. That's just what I'm saying.
Wait, that is such a good point.
Yeah, but he doesn't. And
Right,
that is
I will
weird to
be
me.
so angry.
At the car manufacturer.
Yeah, I will be angry at so many people
I
for
would-
something like this that happened.
I be
right?
on a campaign against the manufacturer.
Yes. Yes.
Which also, I
That's
do love a
fair.
Toyota.
That's
They're
true.
very reliable cars. So that's also another point that people are like, Toyotas, especially the Toyota Tacomas, in
Yeah.
recent production, they're like really
Yeah,
reliable
yeah.
because they're made for working cars,
Oh.
but he doesn't. He doesn't get it checked out. He never talks about Toyota ever again. He's never like posting on Instagram like, don't buy a Toyota.
Mhm.
Nothing. I mean, maybe he does privately, or maybe he has and I just haven't seen it. Is my personal opinion that I would assume that he is someone that would like to take legal action against a massive corporation. But more than that, even in both versions, the end placement of Grant's body is very strange. He lands on his back with his face facing the street. The car is facing the facility because it's reversing down. So he parks with his front facing the facility, and now it's rolling downhill. But
Yeah.
his body is facing the street. So you would have to imagine there's some sort of tumbling that's happening.
Mhm.
But if there's
Yeah,
tumbling that's happening,
that's what I was
they can't
thinking.
really, Angie says that when she went to the scene, she couldn't find other points of blood to indicate a tumble happened, like impact 1, impact
Why
2.
didn't the police
So
check for that?
It's just right where his final resting place is. So it doesn't make sense, is what she's saying. And a lot of people have been trying to do accident recreations through words, which is very difficult to even envision. But it's like, no one can agree that this makes any reasonable sense. It feels like Karen Reed all over again, in the sense of like, even if you really want to believe it, it's so hard to even picture it in a way that doesn't feel like it's straight out of like a movie, because it doesn't make sense. Like, you have to work really hard to make it make sense visually. He doesn't have a lot of cuts or abrasions on his body to indicate any sort of rapid or intense tumbling or skidding or dragging had occurred. And it's strange. Even then, let's say his car is falling. He realizes he has nowhere to run and doesn't run sideways, which maybe he can't. So he just tries to outrun the car and runs into the ditch. So people were thinking that. People are like, okay, maybe it's weird. So maybe he turned around to run away from the car, to outrun it, right? And then he jumps into the ditch, and then he lands on his feet, and then maybe he lands on his back, hitting his head, and then the car lands on him. But there's no fractured ankle. There's no broken ankle. There's no trauma to the ankle. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, especially when you're landing on jagged rocks. I do believe that you can probably jump 5 feet down and you'll be fine. But on jagged rocks, there's no way. A lot of people are having a hard time. How is he facing on his back away from the building? Additionally, Aaron is apparently sitting right there in the car, right next to Grant's, and he doesn't see what happened. The next time he looks up, his son and his car are just gone. So he looks around and he finds them in the ditch. All that's happening while he's just sitting in his car checking work emails. Angie says when she goes to see Grant's body in the hospital, Aaron has already rejected an autopsy. He has rejected donating Grant's organs. And alarmingly, she claims, Aaron keeps telling her, we're going to be a family now. We're going to be a family now. Angie has a lot of questions. Angie says this is what she knows. We know that the car was in park, and we know that the cars were in the ignition. And again, I don't know how accurate this information is. I don't know if maybe one of the witnesses had asked for the keys prior and had put it in the ignition, trying to move it. I don't know. For one, she says the grass around that area, completely fine. The grass where the car apparently ran over Grant before landing in the ditch, not a single blade of grass, she states, is even bent or messed up. It's perfectly fine. Additionally, most of the rocks are undisturbed and there's barely any blood on them. Doctors noted that Grant had a major head trauma to the back of his head, including severe lacerations and suspected skull fractures. He had blood coming from his mouth, nose, and ears. Angie says that she was expecting a lot more blood on the rocks, because when you read the medical report, it sounds like he was bleeding out on the rocks. Now, Aaron and a lot of people argue that it was a lot of internal bleeding, but she's saying that also doesn't make sense, because if he just fell and hit his head, that she's saying it doesn't make sense. The internal bleeding would make more sense if he was dragged through the pavement, ran over, but there's no evidence on the pavement. There's no blood on the pavement. So she's saying that doesn't make sense either. There's no scratches on his skin, according to Angie, no abrasions, and she's confused by all of this. Further, it's been questioned how Grant doesn't have burns. If they had been driving an hour to get to the facility summer in Tennessee, underneath that car is hot. It's very hot.
Okay.
So if you're in contact with the vehicle, I did ask someone about this. If you are under a car that has been driving for an hour, like if you're a mechanic and you get up under there, if you touch the car, you're going to get burns on your body within seconds. Perhaps the argument is that Aaron wasn't physically touching any part of the car, but the person that I asked, they said that a lot of mechanics, they still would recommend not because there's radiant heat, especially if you're not really accustomed to it. You're going to feel it could burn you. Now, there's no record of any sort of burns or anything. According to a Instagram account called Freedom for Gracie, now this is the contentious, highly argued Instagram account. Aaron says Angie is operating it. Angie says, no, I'm not. Aaron wants there to be a subpoena for the IP for the operator of the account. It's a whole thing, but it does appear that whoever is running it is very close to Angie because there are a lot of documents that they're able to get their hands on and post on that account that only Angie would have. I don't know if she's the one operating it. I don't know if she's one of the people operating it, one of the many people, but it's very, yeah. I don't think it's highly debated.
Why can't she be operating it?
Well, because there's a lot of potentially defamatory things on there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so he's like, if you're talking about me under your name, I'm gonna sue you.
Yes.
But instead,
I want to see the
Instagram
pictures
account
again
talking about
because I got some questions, right?
That's not me.
I got a bunch of questions. I'm so sorry. I've been like trying to keep the question to myself. I'm trying to listen just in case I get more information, right? But here are some of the questions that are like plaguing me, right? The car was sideways in the ditch. Now, I get the car being like not in neutral, but do car wheels?
Said just finished playing.
Oh, congratulations on your Overwatch success or failure. Sorry, I don't know if you succeeded or failed, but yeah, congratulations.
Sagery at Xoprocast said actually had fun. Smiling face with tear emoji.
Ooh, I'm happy you had fun. So, right, like, if I'm pretty sure if I went back to look at the picture, the car was like sideways in the ditch. But if it rolled down, I'm gonna have to go back. I'm sorry, guys. This is plaguing me. We're at 118. I'll try to remember. It's only been 10 minutes since we've been into this section, and my brain is just like...
Likely that the car would be in park and still roll down the hill like that, wouldn't it? Others argue by the time that the police get there, which if that's the case, can't you prove it by getting the cars...
You're saying it.
At Xoprocast said 1:18.
See the scene as is. They don't see how it happened.
Thank you so much.
Anything. They don't even see them.
I'm trying to get back to the pictures of the car because...
Sagery at Xoprocast said timestamp.
Okay. The car wheels are turned. It's like sideways in the ditch, which would imply that it like turned to the side and went in the ditch, right? But he was laying directly up under it. So how did he stay like straight under the car when he's turning sideways? The car is turning sideways to go into the ditch, right? Is it just me? Let me pull up the picture of him laying back in the car, or how he was laying under the car. Cause it just seems so... Yeah. So this is how he's laying under the car, and this is a model, so maybe that's why it was prone, but maybe his arms were under him or something. But he doesn't have any injuries, right? So the car rolled diagonally and somehow he got swooped under head first diagonal. And the wheels just happened to be turned like... No way, this don't make any sense. This does not make sense. This does not make sense. And there's no blood on the front or the back of the car, and there's no blood on the pavement. But he got dragged under the car and ended up laying in this position with the only blood under his head.
Sagery, @Brandon_noname said everything about this is fucky.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, guys. I'm so sorry. We were on 118.22, so I'll go back a little bit before that.
About them. Okay.
And Angie is like, that's not me. Now, this Instagram account states that a Summer Regional Medical Center document reads that the medical examiner stated his cause of death was cardiac arrest, cause unspecified, blunt trauma arrest with traumatic brain injury. The caption for the Instagram post begs the questions. Why does Grant's body not have bruises, scrapes, lacerations, burns all over it if he was dragged across the pavement, riprap, and rocks while being dragged under a truck that drove for an hour? Wouldn't it be hot under that truck, causing burns on his body if he's stuck under it? If someone is dragged across pavement under a truck, wouldn't there be a bloody trail? Wouldn't Grant have yelled, screamed if his truck started moving?
So what's the implication? They think the dad has hit him in the back of the head?
Truck, roll under the truck, somehow attach to the truck, get dragged by the truck, get thrown in the rocks that are at a vertical angle, and miraculously land under the vehicle without any other markings on the back of your body. The Instagram account alleges Angie remembers when she saw Grant in the hospital. His body looked perfect. She was expecting him to be mutilated with blood everywhere, but instead, he just looked like her Grant. She was in shock at the time, but she remembers thinking in her head, not a scratch. His body is not squished. His body isn't torn to pieces. Nothing. And
I think you would be torn asunder by a truck rolling over you. I'm not even gonna lie.
Aaron's version, and Angie decides she's gonna grill him about that day, and she's gonna record him and make sure that his story never changes. And this recording, this hour-long recording, is up on YouTube. Aaron states they had gotten there early, no rush. See, this is where, again, people are like, did you have an appointment? Did you not have an appointment? That's why the appointment thing is important. We had gotten there early, so there was no rush. You know, we have time. And he says, the last time I see him is literally like right here. And he's like showing Angie how he's closing the front door of the truck. The truck is there. They're like using the truck right now as like a show and tell.
So confused.
And the truck looks fine. That's another thing. There's like no damage to the truck. So he's like opening the driver's side door.
Yeah, wouldn't there be damage to the truck?
Yeah, this is when I last see Grant. And then he motions like he's about to open
He
the back.
did.
So he's saying the last time I saw Grant, he's getting out of the
Yeah,
driver's side,
they
closing
said
the
that he
driver's
did.
side, and then opening the back. Or it looks like he's trying to open the back.
I look down, then I look back up, and I see him because we were early. We had like plenty of time, so there was no rush. We had our time. So the last I see is him literally right here closing this, about to open this. And I'm thinking, oh, he's just going to get his gear, and I'm going to check this email to make sure it's not important, and then I'm going to get out, and we're going to go in.
And that's the last you saw him was right there.
Yes.
And the truck wasn't rolling at that point, because you would have noticed it.
Right.
Wait, so if he's getting his gear and he gets sucked under, how is he opening the tailgate? Was the tailgate open?
I start coming down this hill, and at first, I'm looking through the windshield to see if he had hopped back in by chance, because I don't see him standing there. So he's like, oh, did he get into the car?
But why is he not upside down?
So I'm like, maybe he got back in somehow and I don't see him. So I'm above the hill and I look down, and he says that he could tell instantly that Grant wasn't covered up by the wheels. Like he's not, none of the wheels are on Grant.
Oh, he saw him immediately under the truck. Okay.
Yes. And that's maybe why he sounds so calm in the 911 call.
What?
I don't
Well, there's
know.
blood coming out of his
My
mouth.
mind, in my opinion, in my
That's
personal personality and my panic for loved ones being in danger, I can't relate. But
He said that that's why?
no, he lists a bunch of other things. He says
Okay.
he didn't see him being crushed by a wheel or anything. Aaron is explaining to Angie that he clearly saw that the front tires are not on top of Grant. He is not sure if the back tires ran over Grant. He doesn't know anything. He says, I don't know. I didn't actually see everything happen. He says that he doesn't jump down the side of the ditch because he's immediately calling 911.
Yeah.
Also, a couple of guys were telling him he needs to sit down right now.
I was more in the front of it, and I'm calling 911 immediately. you know, people are like, man, you need to sit down because you're
indicating that he's so distraught that maybe it's best for him to not go down into the ditch.
What? What is going on?
Aaron theorizes out loud.
Also, like, are those guys just happen to be there at the right time? That doesn't make sense. If he's calling the cops and they're already there before him, we know 100% there were people there because it's on the call.
We think that there's 3 guys. The employee could have been wrong, but we can at least hear one other voice. Aaron theorizes out loud. Let's say by chance the back door caught him. So he's saying maybe by chance he opened the back door and the car starts sliding down. Let's say by chance the back door caught him and he gets knocked out somehow when he first hit. And it drags him down the parking lot, down the ditch, and he tumbles down through the ditch. His head could hit 2, 3 times.
Interesting.
He states that the car bumper was basically on the street because it fell down the side of the hill with so much force that it just like went bloop back up onto the street.
Back up on the street?
Okay, to give you an idea, the ravine, the little ditch. It's like a tiny incline back up onto the street.
Wait.
So, like, down the ditch and then like a tiny little speed bump. And that's the street.
No. Go back. The front wheels are turned, but the back wheels aren't. I don't think he could have done it in broad daylight, but I don't think the truck could have done it either. His body would have had to been like crooked too. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand. And the tailgate is closed, but he said he got it from the back seat. But then he would have been on the side of the car. And the car would have just knocked him down and rolled over him. So how did he end up under the car? He ended up on the side of the car and then the car rolled down diagonally and caught him on the... And it's like... No, none of that makes sense.
So like down the ditch and then like a tiny little speed bump. And that's
Man, even if he didn't knock off his son, I want to see what this looks like.
That it almost went back up onto the street. Because when you look at the picture of the car, the weird thing is the head, the nose of the car is going down into the ditch from the street. That's almost what it logically looks like if you just look at the picture.
Rotten Mango.
Rotten
Mango.
Across this case back when it happened, and I saw the first picture. That was my initial thought. And
We're
then I
watching
realized
Rotten
that's not
Mango.
what happened.
This is
It
Stephanie
backed
Sue.
up, but when
You
think
should
about
go
backing
follow
up,
her.
I
You
just
should go
imagine
like
the
it, and you
video
should
thing.
watch
It's like
every
if
video
you
while
come
you're
up with
working
a
and stuff
logical reason,
because
whether it be true
honestly,
or just him even
she's
trying to understand the
really
situation.
good at
No,
elaboration.
something more
It
nefarious.
reversed all the way back on.
She be answering my questions, if I'm being honest.
It's like driving off the street into the ditch.
My descriptions. Okay, let me be a little more clear.
Like why does that detail matter? Is I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
Yes. So another theory is that Grant is either placed into that ditch, or someone hit him on the head with a rock, and he fell into the
See,
ditch.
for a second, that's
and
what I
then
thought.
Someone drove the truck from the road into the ditch, covering his body. If the car were to reverse down the hill
Yes.
and run Grant over,
Yes.
it's a steep hill.
Yes.
And when it goes down this steep hill,
Yeah.
some people would imagine, and maybe this defies the laws of physics, that it would land maybe almost still up the hill. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
bumper would get caught on something, or maybe it would even flip.
Or the back of the truck is like in the ditch. Correct?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what people imagine.
Yeah.
But Aaron is saying perhaps it went down the hill with so much force because the back of the car is not in the ditch. The front of the car is in the ditch, and the back of the car is kind of
Now it's on
on
the
the
opposite
sidewalk.
side.
Yeah.
It's onto the other side of the ditch now.
yes.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So I envision a V
Yes.
instead of you know, the back of the truck is at the bottom. Right now, the top of the truck is at the bottom because it's reversed into the other end of the V now.
Yes, but it's like a very like.
A lot of what she reports
Right,
on is
right.
already
I
like
see, I see, I
solved
see.
stories
But
too.
people are saying it
But
is very weird.
Yeah. So
This
one
one is
the
a
theory is
ongoing
the truck would never
case. I don't know if
update.
she'll
It
ever
just drove
update
straight from this side.
Yeah, into
the
case.
case.
Now there are other things
Info.
confirming.
Wait,
Yes.
is that why somebody think Grant's head is facing up?
Yeah.
Because if that's the direction, see, that's why I'm having such a hard time picturing, because the way you're describing the recount of the story makes it so hard. Versus if you're just saying the car drive off, it makes it easier to envision.
And the recount of this story is very confusing. Even when I am seeing the pictures, I cannot. Usually, I'm a very visual person. If I even read a few sentences about how a series of events happen, I can usually picture it very clearly in my mind. This with the pictures, and I kept thinking, I'm just really not a car person. I'm just really not a physics person because I can't see it.
Right,
can't see this
I don't know
story.
cars well enough, but God damn, this is
wow,
just
wow. Yes, yes.
it just don't
okay,
make no
wow.
sense to me.
There's not any sort of variation of this scenario where I go, oh, okay, I can see that. It just is weird. I can't see. It's like fuzzy.
Wow, this is insane. Okay.
Now, people are saying that the car is also very.
My favorite thing about this case is that nobody investigated this story. Like the police didn't do any sort of looking into this. The police was like, "Okay, 3 guys came and helped you talk to the lady and they left." Okay. Your son stepped out the car and got dragged under the car that rolled into a ditch. No insurance was worries. Okay. Like there are not enough questions being asked for me because I would have 100 bazillion million questions, bro. I would be like, okay, so you look down to read an email, and about how long were you reading that email, right? Because this seems like it would make noise if the car rolled down the hill and like crashed like that through back and forth. I feel like you would hear it and the car alarm would go off or something, but that never happened. Okay, sure, fine, all right, that didn't happen. Okay, you said that you looked back up and the car was already rolling, but you didn't see how he fell in the ravine. Like you didn't see he maybe flipped. You didn't see he was already under the car at that point and it was still rolling. So he was under the car before it landed in the ditch, implying that he went up the slope and back down the slope, over the rocks and then back over the rocks, but there are no drag marks on the back of his body. Okay, sure. There's no drag marks on the pavement, but he was under the wheel before he went down. Okay, nothing on the pavement. His clothes aren't torn. Okay, that's what I would be asking 100 million fucking questions, because it's like that don't make no damn sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. He was still alive, but he died of cardiac arrest. There's no way to get an estimated time of death that would prove or disprove that. You guys were early to your appointment, and so he got out to get his stuff. Y'all weren't going to sit there. Y'all weren't going to talk. You weren't going to help him get his stuff. He was just going to get him. What were you there for? What were you there for? Did he have a history of not putting his car in park? Did he have a history of not putting it in neutral? He just had a history of turning the shit off and just getting out? Like, could he drive?
Sagery, at Brandon_no-name said, and he denied an autopsy too.
That too. I just feel like not enough questions were asked here. The dad said something happened and then nothing was talked about. He was like, this happened, and then the police was like, okay, yeah, that happened. And it feels like that just, the only reason he got away with that is because he's well connected. Like, this is very obviously suspicious. Very openly, not even a shadow of doubt in my mind. Even if the dad is innocent, this whole circumstance would need to be studied. This has to be a fucking case study.
Strange. So Aaron is saying, well, maybe it just fell with so much force that it ends up, you know, the bumper side is almost on the side.
And you didn't see shit.
Because it was just going down that
And you didn't hear shit.
Aaron states,
Because
you know,
you blind, mute, and deaf,
there
apparently.
makes it even worse for me because I'm like, what if? You know, I wish I had. He says, in hindsight, he wishes he had just gotten out of the car right when he had gotten there. And he says that it just makes it so difficult for him because he was there when this happened. Then he says something that rubs Angie and everyone the very wrong way. He says,
oh, God.
There's so many what ifs. That's why I said it has to be a God thing.
You know, I mean, there's so many what ifs. That's why I said it had to be a God thing because it's so freaky.
So God wanted your son dead. Shut up.
The whole thing.
Shut
I mean,
up.
nobody knows except God.
Aaron later states, that's why they call it a freak accident, because it's unexplainable. That's the only way I can. Like I said, I thought the other day, you know, it's a God thing, because none of it makes sense. I guess it's, I don't know, even people who are religious were just saying this is a very weird. Usually a lot of religious people will say, if they ever experience something as traumatic as their child passing away before them, there is initially a lot of anger with God, and there might even be a testing of faith and perhaps even a loss of faith and a turning away from religion after incidents like this. But the fact that he so very quickly is like, it's a God thing. What do you mean it's a God thing? Like, God wanted this to happen? Like, that's very odd. Yeah. It's not a normal thing to say. And I'm not a religious person, but a lot of religious people in the comments have been saying, no, that's weird. I just would not ever say that as someone who is a strong believer and is someone of faith. Now, Aaron is saying that he's holding it together for the 911 call, trying to be there for Grant by getting the authorities there as quickly as possible. Let's say that's all true. He's so distraught that he can't even see Grant in the ditch because he will freak out. He cannot even go near Grant. He can only stand on top of the ditch and call 911. If that is true, tell me why this distraught man is now laying in the rocks at the ditch to recreate the scene for Angie, and it's being recorded.
What the
Aaron
fuck?
straight up gets down on his back on the rocks.
That's so messed up. That's so messed up.
Just staring blankly.
That's just so messed up. That's
Aaron is placing his
that's
body
sickening.
where he states Grant's body was, and one of Angie's friends, who happens to be there, you just hear her say, "Aaron, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that."
Oh, Aaron, you don't have to do that.
He's like this.
You don't have to do that.
But Aaron just keeps casually saying, like, he's like this. The 911 call.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Get up.
I do think that when things get really, really high stakes, I actually
You're weird
can
for
present
that.
more calmly than when things are just kind of high stakes. Like, when things are just going wrong, I'm full panic mode. But then when things are, like, really severe, I can actually be a little more calm. So I can understand why some people can come off more cold in these moments. So, like, that part, the 911 call, it's weird. I will say it's weird.
Yes,
I'm still in
but
the ditch. I think the voice is less of a problem.
Some
me. A lot of
people are
don't
very-
like that he sounds calm, that he sounds cold, that he keeps saying, "Oh my God." That part I can kind of understand, but the fact that he doesn't get in the ditch, I don't understand that at all. That's the part where the 911 call throws me off. Sounding calm and trying to be effective and outcome focused with your communication is not the biggest deal breaker in believing someone is innocent or guilty. But this part is weird. That's the level of calmness in the 911 call that he depicts because he states that he's trying to keep it together. But now that he's had time to process it, and now that he knows
He
that his
doesn't
son is
even look like
deceased,
he's going
there
through
must be
grief,
some
bro.
sort of unraveling of emotions, and almost like the shock and the grief is now hitting you, and you must present something, right? But no, he's just laying in the ditch in the rocks, being like, "Oh yeah, he was just like this."
And this is recent?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Right after?
Yeah.
Huh. And he didn't seem emotional about it?
No.
He seems like he's trying to explain the situation. I don't know if it was like the day of or the day after, but it seems, at least the insinuation is that it was very close to the incident.
I feel like this
about
was
the
easily
grass and how
fact
the grass is
checkable
not
if it was
dented
close
and
to another
bent.
date or
Oh,
not.
they're
So,
at the site
you know,
checking out the condition. I see.
I imagine if it was taking place a week later, they would not be able to point out those things in a way that makes it a deal.
Was police investigating right away?
I don't know what the police were doing. They said they investigated, but they very quickly closed the case. And they don't really give us factual information on why they closed the case. They don't tell us, hey, we did A, B, C, and D. We've come to the conclusion that there's no foul play. They're just like, no, it's a closed investigation. Naturally, after this, everyone, especially Angie, is more confused about what happened that day. She said, 1, there was really no investigation. 2, wasn't Grant's truck found in park? 3, so it went out of park and then back into park and then was completely fine to drive after that?
Sorry, that's not a
I
funny
would want to
situation. It's
put the
just the
car
truck
up there
like got a
again,
ghost rider
just
or
to see if
something.
it'll roll down in park. Or
That's true.
right? If I'm the dad, I would do that again, just to check and show, like, okay, there's something wrong with this car that killed my son.
Okay, I think, in my personal opinion, if Aaron Solomon has nothing to do with Grant Solomon's death, which legally he has nothing to do with Grant Solomon's death as of right now, that's
legally.
one thing. I do think that, personal opinion, I don't think he's a good dad. Just
No, not
for
at all.
the sole fact of, like, when you watch Angie's video of him trying to figure out what happened to his son, he's like in the car, in the Tacoma. And he's like, I guess it like popped out of park. And it's just like, I wouldn't even take this half-baked answer for if my utensils went missing in the house. I'd be like, I gotta investigate. I gotta figure it out. It's gonna keep me up at night. Like, what do you mean?
And
But
he's a news anchor, so
But he's just like, I guess it's very quick to accept that this is a quote-unquote freak accident.
Yeah, that's weird.
And usually a lot of people,
Yeah,
I
didn't even think about that. That's kind of fucked up.
Freak accidents, it's actually difficult to accept because you start, there's a lot of like, well, no, that doesn't make any sense.
No closure.
Yeah, it feels very like unsettling. You don't feel settled with what's happened, and it takes a longer time to get to the grieving stage. But it seems like he's very quick to accept, like, okay, well, something happened. We don't know what, but it's sad. Odd. And like,
weird.
Not to compare anything.
It's weird.
A lot of people are like, I wouldn't even accept that closure if this were like my dog. Like, you would want to get to the bottom of it. Like, who, what?
Yes.
This is my loved one.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm not just going to move on. Now, the only witness to all of this is Aaron Solomon. There are no video cameras within a mile or so. Aaron had stayed parked at the top of the parking lot, never went down to go near Grant. Why doesn't he go to his son? We don't know.
Because
Angie
it's
believes
stupid.
that there
He's
is no
stupid.
evidence that Grant was ever even at the top of the parking lot. She firmly believes that he was rather placed in the ditch and the car was driven into the ditch. But if Angie is
I mean, how would he get him to stand in the ditch, though?
Does Aaron have to kill his own son?
Well, he was supposed to confess, right?
Girlfriend at the time of his passing, Hannah. We've actually talked to her briefly. She's very sweet. There's a lot going on, obviously, with the case now that Angie is facing her own charges. And I will say, a lot of people have opinions about Angie or Aaron. I think that a lot of the third parties, such as Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah, there's really no incentive. There's no incentive for them to say something that may not be true or for them to exaggerate anything. Like, if anything, they have, I feel like their motives are very pure, because a lot of people question Angie's motives. They're saying there's a lot of things that have been disproven later that we're going to get to, or there's a lot of things that maybe she said that were not
just keeps going.
factually accurate, and she probably knew it wasn't factually accurate. There's just a lot. It gets very messy. There are text messages. She gets caught in a lie at certain times in court. Some people have a lot of sympathy for that, saying that it was just a lot of abuse and she's just desperate to get her kids and she shouldn't have lied, but she felt like there was no choice. Other people are saying, like, if she's lying about that, we don't know what else she's lying about. I think ultimately, I will say, with the days passing, more people are against both the parents. It seems like they just don't like both the parents, and they think that Grace,
they can both be unlockable, yeah.
Whether she is a victim of sexual assault by her dad, whether she is a victim of being manipulated by her mother, or maybe a combination of both. Everyone believes Gracie. They want to help Gracie, but it seems like more and more people are kind of turning on both of the parents. At first, everyone was heavily in support of Angie, but the tides have been kind of shifting to just, not that they like Aaron, but like, maybe we don't like both of you. So people want to protect.
They both
Gracie,
seem pretty
and
insufferable,
I think
if I'm being
that's why
honest.
A lot of people think that third-party perspectives are more pertinent to this case, such as Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah. There were talks from Grant's friends that he was trying to get custody of Gracie now that he was 18, and Gracie is still a minor. So he wanted to get Gracie out of the situation with Aaron. And now that he's 18, he could legally do that. And there's, this conversation that he saw that his mom was not getting believed in the court system. He's a guy, he's a young man, he has a potential baseball career ahead of him. He seems like he would be a good, reliable person in the court system that the judge would be inclined to believe.
So this friend
That would be the most fucked up thing if that was true.
A real account of someone's statement.
This friend told Angie.
Oh, okay.
So that is where it gets tricky. However, Grant's girlfriend at the time, Hannah, she has come forward to say that his relationship with his dad has always been rough. He never really talked about it with her, but she would notice that he would sometimes get emotional. There was one point where he cried because he didn't want to go back to his dad's place. And it just seemed like there was something going on. He was always extra protective of her when his dad was around, which she thought was strange. So because of that, she didn't really have a lot of interactions with Aaron Solomon. It seems like she does feel like the dad is weird. Now again, can the dad be weird and the mom be weird? Yes. But also the dad could just be weird by himself, And there's a lot of things that the Freedom for Gracie Instagram account has been posting, such as pictures of the inner portion of Gracie's thigh. Angie states that thigh, there's a bruise on there. It is from her being assaulted by her father. Aaron claims it's from a rash from her swimsuit because I think she was on the swim team at the time. So that's been up for debate. But there is
a bruise and a rash don't look anything alike.
Angie claims that she took when she went to go see Gracie at a baseball game or like at one of the high school games, and it's talking about how Aaron would put soap in her during bath times, and it hurt,
God,
and she didn't like it.
How far? Yeah, when Dad did the soap, how far did it go up there?
A lot of people have problems with this video being posted.
Because the mom is talking in the first person.
Yeah, you can hear Gracie talking. You can't see her. It's almost like Angie was hiding her phone. It's so hard because I do see people's own perceptions and stories tainting their version of events. Some people who have had very narcissistic parents growing up say this is exactly what my mom or dad would do.
So I'm a little conflicted, right? Because why can it not just be like she doesn't want to show her face while she's talking about this? Like, I don't know. Of course, she came out and said it on her own publicly, right? But, like, is it weird that she wouldn't want to capture her daughter's face in a vulnerable moment? Probably not, right? And then I can also see that there's an issue with the mom, like, basically guiding her to speak. Like, what did he do next? Well, then what did he do? How hard did he do? Like, that's also a huge issue because a lot, like, some kids will just tell you what you want to hear. Like, a lot will just tell you what you want to hear. So I can see how that is a problem. But I feel like they should have asked more about that than, well, why aren't you showing her face in this vulnerable moment where she's talking about how her father potentially abused her, right? That just seems like such a weird thing to focus on.
They would plant these stories in my head, and the way that Angie is leading these questions and saying things like, tell me what your dad would do again, it's exactly like trying to get ammo on camera and use it against everyone.
Oh, I spoke too soon.
So those people are pulling from their own anecdotal experiences, which, I mean, are completely reasonable, right? We're all human. And then other people who have been essayed by family members or in general are saying, I mean, this is what happens. This is the only evidence you can get because you can't really gather evidence. And like, you would be surprised at how often this happens in family units.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's just really
It primarily
hard to
happens
say.
in family
Yeah.
units.
It's just hard. And then I start getting in my own head of like,
I just think it's
okay,
so
well, am
funny
I
that
tainted
people
my own personal experiences
are
and
like,
how I personally,
you know, I think that's the most funny. It's not even like funny haha, obviously. Not funny haha, like funny, like weird, funny, gross, funny, annoying. How many people just ignore the fact that, like, statistically, the majority of these types of victims, they happen in their own family. Like, it is not somebody you don't know. It's like, it's usually like an uncle, a sibling, a cousin, a father, right? So it's like, it's fucking, what do you mean? What do you mean? What are you confused about? It's not like somebody's gonna let some stranger have access to their kids. So like, what are we talking about? I'd argue that most teachers don't even have access to the kids anymore. Like, what are you talking about? Who are you expecting to do this if stranger danger is taught everywhere? And the only people you trust are your like local church people and your family. The statistics are still high. It's who's doing it if the statistics are still high and trust is low? Right? I'm gonna need you to start putting two and two together. Like, even with strange women, people don't leave their kids around strange women anymore either. Like, what? Who are you expecting to do this? Of course, it's going to be somebody who you didn't believe would do that. Of course, it's going to be somebody who you're going to be like, oh, are you sure? If it's weird Tom from down the street, they're going to jail, bitch. What are you talking about? It's truly the most annoying, most sickening, most disheartening sort of thing ever. Not discrediting that people are lying out there, but it's just like, I hate the argument, but that's your blank family member, because statistically, yes, the fuck it is. Yeah, exactly. That is my family member. That's exactly who that is. Yeah. The fuck are you talking about? It's not even a new statistic. This shit's
feel about
been
this
a
case. Not that my
statistic since
personal
like
opinion even
the
matters in any sense of
1960s at
the
least.
case, but and there's also this video of Erin where he goes to pick up Gracie from her school. Gracie does not want to go with Erin. She's like, I don't want to go with you, Dad. I want to wait for Mom.
I want to ride with Mom.
Alright, so then after the party, you go with me and Grant to Mississippi.
I don't want to go to Mississippi, please. I just want to.
At this point in time, it seems that Erin has custody of the kids. And so he's saying, we've had this conversation a number of times, but it's going to stop. Gracie will be coming with me at some point, whether you like it or not. He's talking to even the school administrators. It will happen because I'm not going to continue to allow us to be breaking the rules, and you shouldn't be allowing it either. And it's not just about what you want right now. It's much bigger than that. And I've tried to play nice and be nice about it.
Why
and
don't they
with
ever
your
use
mom
the
way more
custody
than you're
apps
supposed
recommended
to,
by court
and
systems?
way more than what the judge. And then Gracie is like, but I want to. And he's like, it's not about what you want.
It doesn't matter what us three think. We've had this conversation a number of times, but it's got to stop. Gracie will be coming to me at some point. Whether you like it or not, it will happen.
So even this clip, a lot of people are pulling from their own personal experiences. Some people are saying, I had a parent just like this. They were heavily abusive. Like, this is their nice side in front of people in public. Imagine what they're like behind closed doors. Other people are saying it just seems like he's being very firm and probably not nice. But it's not.
I don't feel like it wasn't nice.
No.
It was a little firm though.
Yeah.
Who did?
Yeah.
Well, Freedom for Gracie posted it.
Who's holding the camera? Like,
You can't really tell.
just somebody's holding the camera?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
just somebody.
maybe it's Angie
Oh, it's just a video of him.
and Gracie. Like, it looks like a secretly recorded video of Gracie and him.
Okay.
Yeah. Regardless, Angie says that Grant wanted to get his sister out, and Angie believes that Grant knew that Erin was not happy with this. She says, before Grant left that morning to go to Gallatin, he stopped in front of my door and said something that was so out of character.
And see, because just
said,
get a ring
"Mom,
camera.
I don't want to die in Gallatin. So I begged him. I pleaded with him to, not go, or I would go with him. Let me sit in the parking lot. I thought he was talking about his lungs from COVID. He was getting over that. We had to have x-rays done and see doctors. I didn't want to be a helicopter mom, but I just thought it might just be that, the lungs. He said, no, Mom, you're not going. An hour later, I got a phone call that he's gone. The GoFundMe for Justice for Grant reads, Aaron Solomon,
I wouldn't
who's
feel like
currently
that's
free
the
to roam the
weirdest
streets
thing
as if he
ever,
weren't a rapist,
even if the
molester, and
father
murderer.
wasn't
We
like
believe Gracie's
an
older brother and
assaulter,
protector, Grant, lost his
right?
life at the hands of the same man, the only witness to Grant's death, who has yet to tell the same story twice. Aaron Solomon was never investigated. The case was simply closed. With your donations, we will...
I don't think it's like, even if his father is completely innocent, right? I don't think that that's like a weird thing to say, as a lot of people get an impending feeling of doom before something bad happens to them. I don't really know the like science or logistics about it, but um like it's a non-0% of people in the world who will get a bad feeling and then something bad will happen, and whether that's to them or to someone else, that's like unspoken. But if you see, if like for example, like a lot of women who leave like DV and stuff, if you listen to them talk about the last time they chose to leave their partner, a lot of them will say, I just woke up or something just happened and I just felt like this was the day he was going to kill me. Or like sometimes children in like abusive parent situations will be like, I just felt like I was gonna die that day, right? um even in cases like where a sibling or a family member died, sometimes you'll hear people be like, I got a bad feeling that something had happened. um a lot, this happens a lot with like parents too, specifically, that will say that they had a feeling that something was going to happen to their child, and then something tragic happens that day. And it's such a weird intuition that people have. But even if the father had nothing to do with the son dying, it would like, it would make sense if before he passed he was like, I just got, I don't want to do it today, like something about today feels off. I think it's a really interesting phenomenon, um, to almost predict
bring this man to
the
justice before he can
demise
do any
of
more harm to
yourself or
Gracie and her
others.
mother Angie or anyone else. Gracie needs help paying her legal fees, and Angie needs help hiring people to do the work for Grant that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Gallatin Police Department have refused to do. We can't let the good old boys win. Grant lost his life at a time when he was just about to speak out against his father for sexually abusing his little sister. It was his life's mission to protect Gracie, and now he can't. Gracie demands the safety and freedom that she's been denied over and over and over again, and she demands justice for her brother. She demands accountability for the corrupt court system that put them in this position and the corruption that continues to deny them justice. During Grant's vigil, a candlelit vigil, everyone was chanting justice for Grant. People were holding up signs, reopen the investigation, stop denying the truth. But the police won't. They won't open the investigation. In Gracie's YouTube video, she states, I'm so scared of Dad. I've seen him do terrible things to people I love and myself. Because of this, I strongly believed he killed Grant, and now he was going to kill me. I know he killed my brother, and now I'm scared of him coming near me or coming to get me again or hurt any of us.
He's a liar. I'm so scared of Dad. I've seen him do terrible things to people I love and myself. Because of this, I strongly believe he killed Grant, and now he's going to kill me. I know he killed my brother, and now I'm scared of him coming near me or coming to get me again or hurt any of us.
Since then, 2020, Angie has been very active on social media trying to build awareness for this case for Grant Solomon. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that they raised close to $200,000 for the
Jesus
Freedom
Christ.
for Grant and Freedom for Gracie GoFundMe accounts combined. Angie says all she wants is a proper investigation, an autopsy, well, an exhumation now, a toxicology report, an accident reconstruction, something. But she got nothing. So now she wants to
I do
use
think
this man
that's
for
weird.
that.
That's
For
just
a
weird.
long time, Angie is on podcasts, on social media, talking about what we can do to help.
Here's my not so fun like kind of doom, like, and gloom thing. Okay, so if the father is innocent, regardless, like, even if he's not innocent, right? I don't think the police don't want to bring it back up because it will indict the father at this point. I think they don't want to bring it back up because it will reflect poorly on the police department, because somebody at the police department would lose their job if they brought it back up and found even a shred of new information that they missed before, because clearly they didn't do a thorough case before. They just said, okay, good enough, and then closed the case. And so if there's even one new thing found in the report, even if it does not put any dirt on the father, then they're fucked. They're fucked because they didn't do their job. If the case has to be properly reopened back up for any reason and they find any new evidence, the police department is all going to look stupid and they will not have the trust of the people. Somebody's going to get put on probation. Somebody's going to have to get fired. Somebody's going to have to take the fall for this. And they don't want to have anybody do that.
Would make the cops look very bad.
Yeah, that's why I don't think that they'll do it. Like, it's not because of the father, it's because they don't want to catch shit for not doing their job. And it's sad, but they'd rather that than get justice for a kid who's passed.
And then she just disappears. Like a year or two ago, she starts slowing down in podcast appearances. She doesn't disappear per se, but a lot of creators report that they could no longer get in contact with Angie. She just kind of ghosts them. Others are saying that the social media profiles are oddly quiet out of nowhere after $200,000 have been raised. You know, it's just quiet and there's not much news, not much updates until earlier this year. Angie Solomon is arrested for a bizarre murder for hire plot to have Aaron Solomon killed. And now everyone is confused. Because is Angie Solomon a desperate mom who is just trying to get justice for her own son and take justice into her own hands because nobody's listening to her? She's going on podcasts. Nobody's listening to her. She's going on News Nation. The police aren't reopening the investigation. She's going on doing on all these things and nobody is caring. So maybe she felt like she had nothing else to lose and this is what she has to do for her daughter. Or did she take the $200,000 and what did she do with it? Maybe she had no plans to reopen the investigation. Maybe that was a ploy to get money. Maybe she brainwashed Gracie into believing that her dad abused her, also that she can get Aaron Solomon's $1 million trust. Or is Angie Solomon unwell and has she brainwashed her daughter into believing in all of this abuse? And now that they've raised $200,000 from the GoFundMes, which by the way, she doesn't have anymore clearly because she couldn't even pay the hitman. Where did that money go? That's a big question. Where did that money go? And now that she's run out of that money,
lawyers,
supposedly,
litigation,
is she
maybe?
after
I don't know.
Aaron Solomon's $1 million trust? What is the motive? Is it justice or is it money? That's
If
what
they
they're
can find out where the
arguing.
money
So with
goes, I feel like that would
is where I
answer a
leave
bunch of
you
questions.
with this part of this case. I will be back for the next part and let me know your thoughts. Stay safe and I will see you in the next one.
Yes, and this video was from the Rotten Mango channel. They also have a podcast if you're a podcast watcher. And yeah. But that's so interesting because the worst case scenario on either side of the spectrum is like, I don't know. It ranges from not good to very, very bad. And it's so interesting. I think cases are always interesting when it involves people who have connections because it's like most certainly guaranteed to go poorly, right? It's most certainly guaranteed to go bad. What I will say though is that at least from the video, like, and I know that the mom wasn't on, well, she technically is on trial, but I know the mom wasn't like the main person being put up for grabs in this specifically, but like it's interesting that the dad has like two or three people being like, yeah, they hated being around their dad. They didn't want to be around their dad. Yeah, they seemed distressed about the idea of their dad. And you have like all these things around him, including the children, but excluding the children, you have like CPS cases filed. You have him having to quit his job for doing some very bad, mysterious, ominous thing, you know? And then you have him like his son dying on his hands. You have him acting weird after their call, and then the worst thing about the like mom from their point of view is that the husband himself says that she's a manipulative like B word, right? Like that's and it's what it boils down to. Like she's crazy, she's manipulative is all that he really said about her. And I don't think, I could be wrong, but I swear I don't remember anyone else in the video like really corroborating him. But then you have all these people who, for all intents and purposes, don't have any real connection to the dad or mom. They don't have any like skin in the game or whatever, coming out to talk about how they felt about their dad and the things that they noticed about the kids, and they all corroborate with like the mom. And I do think that that is heaps interesting, at least in this case. Not to say that that's like the mom still couldn't be manipulative, but it's just, I don't know, nailing him to the cross with no evidence is not, you know, the outcome here. But he's clearly a shit fucking parent. And CPS should have done something sooner. Something. I can't imagine why they wouldn't step in sooner. You don't want to give the kids to the mom? There ain't no aunties, no uncles, no sisters. There's nowhere for them to go. Both parents can't be deemed unfit. You can't. Well, honestly, I don't advocate for any child to go into foster care. Honestly, that's much worse than um. Yeah, I don't know. That's much worse than like a supposedly possibly safe family member. I don't know. I don't know. Just so frustrating. Really pissed me off. But I am going to go lay down. I'm not EB yet, but I just want to lay down properly and use the potty and stuff like that. So I'm gonna end stream. Thanks for coming to hang out with me, to rot in my bed and play Stardew and do all those fun things. I love you. Mwah, mwah. I appreciate you spending time with me, taking time out of your night to spend time with me. Mwah. I hope you enjoyed spending these 4 hours with me. And I'll see you later. I'm going to start saying I'll see you later. I'll see you later. Bye bye. And remember, I love my Vynnsomniacs. Bye. So proud of you. Yes, yes. I still don't have an ending screen. Oh my god.